Uh, Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be with you here today. I would like to start by thanking every one of you for joining us today in this session where we are all gathering under the title of Patient Safety, where it is your role and your right. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Abir Zaitoun. I am a senior clinical and technical manager at the Lebanese National Pharmacovigilance Program, leading national efforts in medication and patient safety. I hold a PharmD degree, a master's in patient safety. I'm certified in medication safety, and I have over 15 years of academic and research contribution in pharmacovigilance and medication safety. It really gives me a great pleasure to be among you today to share this year's session for the Middle East region. And on behalf of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance, ISoP, I'm pleased to welcome every one of you to the 6th edition of the ISoP Patient Safety Day event that is held over 2 days, starting with September 18 today and moving on tomorrow. Before we start with our speakers, I would like to share with you some of the figures that will reflect the implication of patient harm on healthcare. When we talk about patient safety, sometimes it feels like an abstract concept, but the numbers show a serious problem where every year unsafe costs the world nearly $1 trillion that not only hospitals and medicines are included with these numbers, but also the loss of productivity, families are pushed to poverty, and national economics are losing around 0.7% of the growth every year. Let's bring this closer. So the unsafe care leads to over 3 million deaths per year. Especially, we're talking here about low to middle income countries like ours. So it's estimated that 4 in every 100 people die from unsafe medical care. Well, this is a huge number. It's not small, like if we can imagine. 4 of us here in this session will not be able to make it because sometimes they could have been exposed to a harm that could have been prevented. So even more striking, 4 out of 10 patients that are harmed when they seek care. But the good part about it is that studies have shown that 80% of this harm is avoidable, which means with awareness, systems, and accountability, we can save millions of lives. And that's why we are here today, trying to spread awareness about such an important activity. And if you are wondering which adverse events are we highlighting here, well, this includes all medication errors, unsafe surgeries, infections acquired in hospitals, and mistakes that can happen during diagnosis. These are everyday issues, and they affect every one of us directly or indirectly. So this will take us to what is patient safety and why are we here today. According to the WHO, patient safety is defined as the absence of preventable harm to patient, and this includes the reduction of risks of unnecessary harm associated with healthcare to an acceptable minimum. The World Patient Safety Day is observed on the 17th of September with the objective of raising global awareness for patient safety and promoting action by healthcare providers, governments, patients, and other stakeholders, all aiming at reducing avoidable harm in healthcare. This official Global Public Health Day was declared by the WHO where in 2019, during the 72 WHO Assembly, the WHO adopted resolution WHA 72.6 entitled Global Action on Patient Safety. This resolution formally established 17 September as World Patient Safety Day and it reflected the increasing recognition that patient safety is a global health priority due to the high rates of avoidable harms experienced by patients in healthcare settings worldwide. Accordingly, on a yearly basis, and throughout the past years, the WHO have chosen yearly slogan to highlight the theme of importance for that day, aiming at spreading awareness on different patient safety topics. Parallel to this, ISoP has organized Patient Safety Day events annually since at least 2020, where they organized global virtual events that involved many chapters and regions throughout the world in alignment with the WHO initiative. This year, the campaign theme is Safe Care for Every Newborn and Every Child. The slogan highlights the importance of ensuring safe, high-quality healthcare, beginning at birth and continuing through early childhood. That's why we are all here today, to share interactive discussions on how we can enhance the safe care in one of our vulnerable groups. ISoP reaffirms objectives of WHO Global Patient Safety Challenges and calls on stakeholders and healthcare professionals to prioritize and take early action in critical areas associated with significant harm in pediatric and neonatal patients due to unsafe medication practices. These areas include high-risk medications, look-alike and sound-alike drugs, dose conversions, care transitions, polypharmacy, adverse drug reactions, and other major disruption in the delivery of health care. Now, let us stop for a few minutes to listen to the message that was shared by ISoP President Dr. Angela Caro for this occasion.
Hi, my dear ISoP family. Welcome to the ISoP Patient Safety Day 2025. If you don't know me, I am Angela Caro. I am the president of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance. And with a big team, we prepared this day just for you. Thank you so much for your presence here. We are very proud about the talks and all the speakers that are invited this year in this celebration. Every year, ISoP celebrates the Patient Safety Day for the awareness of people who is working in Patient Safety Day and for everyone who wants to participate in create a better world in hospitals and industry and every place that is in charge of patient safety. This year, we are talking about the children, and we want to invite you to think how to contribute in a better medication safety for them. Please go to the social networks of ISoP and please read about all the information that we have for Patient Safety Day. And additionally, listen the EMC podcast that we create just for talking about this important day. Thank you so much for being here, and please enjoy the talks.
So we encourage you all to contribute to the broader dialogue by sharing your reflections and experience on this event through the different social media channels using the shown hashtags on our slide here. And now I move on to introduce to you our first speaker for today. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Omar Bayoun, who will be sharing with us a presentation entitled Pharmacovigilance for Safe Beginnings. Dr. Bayoun is a pharmacovigilance specialist with over 5 years of experience in drug safety across the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe. He currently serves as the Adverse Event Intake Workflow Lead for the EMEA Hub. He also brings a strong background as a qualified person for pharmacovigilance and regulatory intelligence, supporting country-level compliance across multiple regions. In addition, Dr. Bayoun has served as an assistant professor at the Beirut Arab University. He's a licensed pharmacist in Lebanon with a PharmD degree. And today he will be sharing with us his collected experience in this very interesting topic. Dr. Omar, I will leave the floor for you. You can now share your presentation, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Abir, for this lovely introduction. Okay. So, Dr. Abir, can you just please confirm you can see my screen?
Actually, no, not yet.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay. We need the present.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank
All
you. Thank you so
set.
much.
The floor is
Thank you
yours.
so much, Dr. Abir. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Omar, and I'm truly honored to be with you today. In my role as a PV specialist and through my work and experience in the Middle East region, I've seen how gaps in pediatric safety monitoring can translate into real consequences, both for the families and actually health providers. That's why I am always passionate actually about building stronger and more proactive systems. So today I'll share with you, if you want, a strategic framework for safeguarding pediatric through pharmacovigilance. We'll explore together key challenges unique to children, supported by real-world cases and Middle East data. And we will be discussing how PV can evolve from being reactive to proactive. So first, why pediatric safety matters? We must first acknowledge that children are not just small adults. Their bodies are rapidly growing and organs immature, and making them more sensitive to harm. So they are uniquely vulnerable patients, if we want to describe them specifically. They often cannot describe symptoms, so safety depends on caregivers and healthcare providers only. And because they're frequently excluded from clinical trials, we lack critical pediatric evidence. And all these differences set the stage for unique safety risks in these particular patient group. These differences that we just described that translate into 5 main struggles in pediatric safety, which are underreporting of adverse events, off-label use with limited formulations, frequent medication errors, and finally, serious communication barriers with fragmented monitoring across countries. And all of these struggles are the focus of our today framework. So our goal is to enable pharmacovigilance to serve as a strategic framework to tackle these issues that we just described. By strengthening PV, we can detect signals earlier, prevent harm, and build global systems that protect children from the early start. Now that we've set the stage on why pediatrics are different and the unique struggles in pediatric safety, let's move into the heart of today's presentation. So I will present to you the 5 key challenges in pediatric pharmacovigilance and the practical PV solution or solutions that can address them. I'll walk you through each challenge with a real-world example, followed by the solution we can implement as a PV system. So let's start by the first challenge. The first challenge is underreporting, which is one of the biggest issues in pediatrics PV. Reports are often incomplete, like missing weight, dosing, or timing. Also, caregivers' follow-up is complex, as they are not, of course, trained medically. And eventually, weak intake quality means weak signals, and hence risks are underestimated. To clearly showcase this challenge that I just mentioned, this Saudi Arabian study illustrates just how much underreporting affects pediatric safety. When pharmacovigilance relied on routine, passive reporting, only about 4.5% of hospitalized children had an ADR documented. But when this reporting shifted into an active monitoring, and active monitoring was introduced, the rate nearly doubled to 8.2%. Of course, here the children didn't suddenly get sicker. The difference here was in how systematically we captured the data. This shows us clearly that under passive systems, half of pediatric safety signals may be invisible, meaning harm is underestimated and actions are delayed. So, to address underreporting, 4 simple steps can make big difference. First, we must make pediatric fields mandatory in intake forms. Things like weight, age, dosing route should never be optional fields actually to fill. These should be mandatory fields. Second, we must train intake staff to probe for pediatric details, not just dose, but milligram versus milliliter, liquid versus tablets. Third, we must leverage AI and NLP tools. NLP, of course, means natural language processing tools to flag missing or illogical data before cases are closed. Like, for example, spotting if a 2-year-old patient is listed with a 500 milligram tablet, for example. This should be a clear warning or signal. And finally, we must close the loop. We must give caregivers and healthcare providers enough feedback so they see that their reports are driving real challenge. Of course, that motivates them better, and in general, that motivates better reporting in the future. So the second challenge is data gaps. Children are often excluded from pivotal clinical trials, and this has serious consequences. According to WHO 2024 data, less than 5% of trials actually include pregnant women, and only 13% include children. These exclusions leave us with, if you want, major evidence gaps, like uncertainty in dosing, safety, and long-term outcomes. Instead of having reliable trial data, we solely rely on, and we rely heavily on post-marketing evidence, which is by nature, of course, reactive and delayed. And in practice, this means pediatric patients are prescribed medicines that were never adequately tested for their age group, often leading to off-label use and a high risk of medication errors or adverse events. And here, I just want to highlight that the idea is very simple. If children aren't included in trials, they end up becoming the experiment in real life. And that is actually not acceptable for patient safety. So we all know the codeine story, which is a clear example of this danger. Some children who were ultra-rapid CYP2D6 metabolizers converted codeine into morphine too quickly, leading to fatal respiratory depression, particularly after tonsil or adenoid surgery. And these risks only became visible through post-marketing clusters of deaths. Regulators, of course, then acted to contraindicate codeine use in children under 12 years old. But because trials hadn't included them, these signals were missed until it was too late. So, as a PV solutions to these data gaps issues, we highly need to adopt proactive pediatric path networks, which means multinational collaborations designed specifically for children. Second, integrating real-world data from EHRs, or what we call electronic health records, or form registries, for example, and caregivers app can fill evidence gaps as well. And finally, we should move toward living safety labels that update continuously instead of waiting years for revisions and accordingly updates. So the third challenge is medication errors in pediatrics. Of course, pediatric dosing is highly error-prone. Miscalculations with milligram per kilogram, unit confusion like milligram versus milliliter, frequent mistakes such as daily versus weekly, and many formulations are actually unsuitable for children. And of course, off-label prescribing is very common in this particular patient group. This study from Saudi Pediatric Tertiary Hospital highlights just how frequent medication errors are in children. Researchers documented 8.3 errors for every 100 prescriptions. The most common category was transcribing errors, making up over half of all errors. That means mistakes occurred as prescriptions were copied or transferred, which is, of course, a really preventable system failure. And what is really, really interesting about the study is that the drugs most often involved were very common pediatric medicines, which are paracetamol, salbutamol, and amoxicillin. These are routine, everyday drugs, so the risk is really widespread, not limited to, for example, a rare or complex therapies. And what this tell us is that pediatric medication errors are not just isolated incidents, if you want. They are systemic, frequent, and tied to very common treatments. So the methotrexate story is one of the most tragic examples of medication errors in pediatrics. The drug is intended to be given weekly, but errors occur when it is prescribed or dispensed daily, leading to fatal toxicities. What's striking is that these errors are not new. They've been documented since the 90s, and yet continue to occur as recently as 2020. Despite decades of safety alerts and warnings, the same mistakes keep repeating. And these errors are often detected through, of course, case reports in PV systems, but the reporting is typically incomplete and failing to capture the regimen clearly. That we capture of critical details means systemic error persists and opportunities to prevent harm are lost. And again, the key message here is this: passive PV and incomplete reporting are not enough. Without proactive systems that can capture and flag unsafe regimens, children will remain at risk from an entirely preventable errors, such that we highlighted in this situation. So, what's the solution? To overcome this challenge, pharmacovigilance must move beyond passive reporting by integrating with digital prescribing systems. PV can trigger real-time alerts. For example, flagging methotrexate daily as unsafe before the prescription is finalized. This way, PV become proactive, preventing errors before they actually reach and harm our little patients. The fourth challenge is communication gaps. Children cannot self-report, of course. Their safety solely depends on caregivers and HCP communications. Yet, communication breaks down due to technical jargon, literacy barriers, cultural differences, and misinformation. And when communication fails, of course, safety fails as well. So communication is really, really an important issue in this particular patient group. So the MMR vaccine and autism myth is also a good story about this challenge. It is one of the clearest examples of how poor communication can damage public health. In 1998, a small fraudulent study claimed that the MMR vaccine was linked to autism. Even after it was fully retracted and disproven, weak communication strategies allowed this myth to widely spread among people. Many caregivers actually trusted the misinformation they saw in the media more than the actual official PV message. And the consequences was a real decline in vaccination coverage and the resurgence of measles outbreak, including spikes in Europe and in the US between 2017 and 2019. This case really highlights how dangerous it is when pharmacovigilance systems don't communicate clearly, quickly, and effectively. And this isn't just history. The issue is still alive today, even here in the Middle East. A 2025 study in the UAE surveyed over 460 patients, and the findings were actually really striking. 20% of the patients has never heard, of the parents has never heard of the MMR vaccine. 15.6% lacked basic knowledge about measles, and 11.5% still believed the autism myth. In total, around 21% of parents were classified as vaccine hesitant. And bear in mind that this is a high-income country with strong healthcare systems, of course, which shows us how deep and persistent these communication gaps are. Despite overwhelming evidence proving MMR safety, misinformation continues to shape parental decisions, and that translates directly into, of course, missed vaccinations and a preventable risk for children. So, how do we close these communication gaps? There are three priorities. First, we need dual-layer safety communication. Technical messages are, of course, really important for the healthcare professionals, but they are not enough. Caregivers also need clear, simple materials, example, infographics, frequently asked questions, or visual instructions that explain risks and safe use in a way that can actually act on. The second, we must measure communication effectiveness. Pharmacovigilance shouldn't stop at saying we issued a warning. The real question is, did people understand it? Did behavior change? And did it improve safety outcomes? That's the standard we should hold ourselves to. And third and finally, we need proactive misinformation surveillance. PV systems can't afford actually to be passive. They should actively monitor the public awareness or the public narrative. In traditional media and in social media, for example, to detect the misinformation really early before it spreads and before it spreads widely and undermines safety. So our last challenge for today is fragmented global monitoring. And one of the biggest barriers in pediatric safety is that our data are actually fragmented, scattered across countries, health systems, and databases. Each country on its own may see only a handful of cases, which mean rare but serious events remain actually invisible. So without a global collaboration and pooled data, signals that affect children worldwide simply can't be detected on time. So the rotavirus vaccine is a good example of why fragmented monitoring is such a challenge. This vaccine prevents, of course, severe diarrhea in infants and save lives, but it carries a rare risk of intussusception, which is a dangerous intestinal obstruction. In clinical trials, even with around 60,000 infants enrolled, the sample size wasn't actually large enough to clearly quantify this risk. Post-marketing, individual countries reported occasional cases, but the numbers were too small to actually establish a pattern or to detect a PV signal. It was only when data from more than a million infants across multiple countries were pooled by the WHO that the signal actually became visible. This shows us that without global pooling, that risk would have remained hidden and the children would have continued to be exposed without awareness of the actual danger. So, how to address this fragmentation? Two solutions stand out. First, we need global pediatric signal pooling. No single country will ever have enough pediatric cases to identify rare safety patterns on its own. By pooling data internationally, we make the invisible visible. And second, we need harmonized pediatric reporting standards. Pooling only works if the data are consistent. Without harmonization, each country reports in a slightly different way. And when combined, the data can't be clearly compared. So together, pooling, harmonization give us the foundation for truly global pediatric pharmacovigilance. So to wrap up, pediatric pharmacovigilance must move from being reactive to being proactive. We've talked today through 5 challenges and 5 corresponding solutions, each showing that the risks children face are real, but actually preventable. What's clear is that no single actor can do this alone. So regulators, healthcare providers, caregivers, and both low and high income countries must work together if we want systems that truly protect our children. And the vision here is very simple but very powerful, which is patient safety from the start. Thank you all for your time and attention. It's been a privilege to share this framework with you on ISoP Patient Safety Day. I'd love to continue the conversation, and so you can connect with me through my contact details here, or simply scan the QR code for my LinkedIn profile. Thank you so
Thank you
much,
so much.
Dr.
Thank you so
Amir.
much, Dr. Omar. Thank you so much. Indeed, it's a very interesting, fantastic topic to be shared and discussed during the World Patient Safety Day. The use of the real-world data that you have shared with us on codeine, methotrexate, MMR, rotavirus, they all make the challenges that you have raised more tangible and engaging. And the problems that you have shared were always supported with PV solutions, which help us to think of proactive action. But I would like to share here with everybody that all what we are sharing here, all the efforts that any PV program, department, system might come up with will not be effective without the essential role of the healthcare professionals, the patients, and the patient caregiver. I believe these are essential cornerstones within the life cycle of PV, and their engagement will link the actionable strategies. For our audience, I would like to invite you all to participate with us in an active discussion by sharing your questions to Dr. Omar in the chat box. So please, if you have any questions, just put them in the chat box and we will make sure to discuss as much as possible, depending on the time allowance, toward the end with our live question and answer sessions. And in case your question was not discussed during the session, we will make sure that it will be listed among the question and a list that will be published on the webpage of www.isoponline.org. And now let me move on to our next speaker. Moving on to our second presentation for today, that will be provided by Dr. Samer Shukr Muhammad, who will be presenting a topic on neonate safe excipients and the need for a new classification. Dr. Muhammad is a pharmacovigilance expert and academic leader based in Baghdad. He currently heads the Department of Pharmacology and Toxicology at Al-Rafidain University College. With over 7 years of experience in pharmacovigilance and more than 6 years in regulatory affairs, Dr. Muhammad has served as a local qualified person for pharmacovigilance with several multinational companies. He is an active researcher where he contributed to studies on adverse drug reaction, and he's an active member of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance, ISoP, and he serves on the scientific advisory boards of IVPN. Welcome, Dr. Samer, and we will proceed with your presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Samer Mohammed. I'm PhD in pharmacology, and it's my pleasure to participate in such an important day, which is Patient Safety Day. We'll talk about one of a critical topic, which is a neonate safe excipient, and why we urgently need the new classification to protect those newborn and children. And I think this presentation will match with the WHO slogan for this day, which is patient safety from the start. Why caution is required for pharmaceutical excipient? Many assume excipients are inert, but in reality, they are not. Their effects in neonate depend on age, dose, route of administration, and exposure time. Newborn have immature metabolism. Neonate have limited metabolic and renal clearance, so solvent or preservative loads accumulate at much lower exposure than in older children. And In addition to that, more permeable blood-brain barrier, which make them especially vulnerable. As a result, excipient can accumulate and lead to toxicity. This is why vigilance is so important here. Let us talk about tragedy of diethylene glycol. As you know, in 1937, the United States witnessed a tragic disaster. The elixir sulfanilamide formulation contained diethylene glycol, which killed over 100 people, and many of them are children. The cause was kidney failure and poisoning. At that time, there was no legal requirement to test medicines for safety before marketing. This tragedy sparked public outrage and directly contributed to the establishment of the FDA. It's a reminder that history should not repeat itself. Several excipients have already shown harmful effects in children, but I focused on three common cases that linked with historical tragedies. Benzyl alcohol, what caused the infamous gasping syndrome in preterm neonates. Propylene glycol, which toxic level lead to seizure, lactic acidosis, and hyperosmolarity that lead to warning from EMA that set conservative age band threshold and put it 1 milligram per kg per day for neonates. In addition to that, polysorbate 80 was linked with historical efferol tragedy in preterm infants, where IV vitamin E caused multi-organ damage, and this led to FDA recall. The European Union and EMA agency already specify the excipient threshold and mandatory leaflet wording for substances like benzyl alcohol, ethanol, propylene glycol, and polysorbate. However, practice gaps remain. Despite this regulation, potentially harmful excipients are still present in neonate medicine, and this illustrated the gap between the compliant label and actual cumulative exposure. And this is where we must push for better solution. Currently, safety data are still scattered, and there is no pediatric first open standard that combine age, route, and dose exposure. Labels may technically comply with the regulation, but are often too hard to interpret by clinicians and caregivers, especially those under pressure. And most importantly, cumulative exposure across multiple products is still invisible, and baby might receive multiple medicine with the same risky excipient, and no one see the full picture. So, my proposal here is to put Neonate Safe Excipient Initiative, and I put acronym as NC. The aim of this initiative is to create a public, open, and defensible classification system for excipient, tailored for newborns and children. This would embed safety standard directly into product design, to labeling and pharmacovigilance. And the central feature for this initiative is the traffic light risk classification system. How my initiative traffic light will be worked? It's divided into 4 steps. Step 1, which is data collection, is done through gathering toxicological, pharmacological, and clinical safety data with a special attention to neonatal and pediatric sensitivity. Step 2 is done by the risk assessment. Here, we will examine the toxicological evidence, case reports, an example, benzyl alcohol which caused gasping syndrome, clinical studies. In addition to that, pharmacokinetics in neonate and children. Compare estimated daily intake against regulatory limits that are issued by regulatory agencies, and check cumulative exposure if the excipient comes from multiple medicine. Consider severity of potential harm, like life-threatening versus reversible effect, or short-term versus long-term developmental impact. Finally, specify vulnerable subgroups like extremely preterm neonate, children with organ immaturity, or those requiring long duration in neonate intensive care units. In step 3, here we'll classify these excipients into 3 main groups. The first one is green, which means safe and acceptable excipient, in which there is no evidence of harmful effect of these excipients. Yellow color, which means caution, where there is limited data on this excipient or there is a risk at higher dose. While red color, which is not recommended, or there is a clear evidence of harm, like in benzyl alcohol that caused Casbeck syndrome. Finally, step 4, which is communication. Here the result will be published in easy-to-use database for regulator, formulators, and clinicians. The goal is to support transparent, practical, and accessible decision-making. This is the main core of my presentation, is to classify the excipient into 3 main subgroups according to their safety to the infant and neonates, like a green color, which is considered safe excipient and can be used for infant and neonate, while yellow or amber color should be used for those or for the excipient that should be used cautiously or with caution due to limited data or there is some known risk at higher doses. These should be used and should be monitored closely. While for red color excipient, this excipient is considered contraindicated and the product should be reformulated to put more safe excipient for those products. Partnership here in this initiative are crucial to push this initiative toward success. First is WHO, due to its global convening power, neutrality, and political legitimacy, and its role can align with this World Patient Safety Day and integrate into global patient safety frameworks. International Society of Pharmacovigilance, due to its scientific credibility and its expertise in pharmacovigilance, and its role could be convening expert panel, running risk assessment, and publishing the guidance. The European Pediatric Formulation Initiative, which is an international pediatric formulation consortium that already maintained the excipient database, which is called STEP, which is Safety and Toxicity of Excipient for Pediatrics, have maintained this excipient database and have formulation expertise. Finally, Neonatal Pharmacy Network and national authorities, due to their closest to the bedside or to the hospital, and can implement the compounding standard and provide real-world evidence. We can divide the initiative to be in central and local roles. The central one, which I called it centralized watch list, including a global list like STEP and NC traffic light flags, could be developed through expert this work, and this including systemic review and PV signal. This central work contained advantages and disadvantages. The advantages one, it could be harmonized standard or contain a harmonized standard across regions, avoid duplication of effort, and could build credibility backed by WHO, ISoP, and STEP database. The disadvantage, it may not capture the local realities due to different formulation, availability, and usage pattern. While the local adaptation, which could be divided or adapted by different parties, like MAH, which could map the excipient and their products versus global list and could publish their formulation commitments. While for drug regulatory authority, could embed this initiative into regulatory oversight through labeling and risk minimization. While each hospital or neonatal intensive care unit could integrate this initiative into formularies, compounding rule, and CPOE alerts, which is computerized physician order entry. This dual approach could ensure both harmonization and practicality. Now let us talk about how this initiative could be reflected on the outer package and insert leaflet of these medicine that contain these excipients. To improve communication, packaging and leaflet should be simplified, in which should contain plain language for and pediatric advisories and translate it to simple caregiver-friendly words, so parents and caregiver can quickly understand medicine safety without needing any medical training. Number two is the QR code on insert leaflet or outer packaging, in which is linking to short video, about 1 minute video and dosing guidance explaining which ages are more at risk, safe duration limits, and what signs to watch for. And icon set, that contain age, route, duration, and guidance for monitoring of adverse effect or adverse drug reaction for these excipients like apnea, poor feeding, and lethargy, as an example for benzyl alcohol and propylene glycol. To achieve impact of this initiative, we need reformulation priorities by focusing on top 20 pediatric products and reformulate these products to replace the harmful excipient with safer alternative, or reduce or eliminate excipient load, as an example by replacing benzyl alcohol preservative with safer option. Also, we can achieve this impact through applying guardrails such as weight-banded dosing and minimizing the excipient load, like in ICU, neonatal intensive care units, and avoid risky multi-dose via. Also ensure excipient justification in CMC dossier, or this is the quality part of CDT, which contain part of it include excipients in module 3 that include pharmaceutical development, excipient, and control of drug product. Ensure this excipient justification in this dossier with commitment to post-approval switch when necessary. Also, we can achieve the impact of this initiative through inclusion of this initiative or proposal through computerized patient order entry, which is an electronic system for doctors that use to enter the prescription and first checkpoint for excipient dispensing. And this system could show the traffic light color when dispensing these excipient to neonates and babies, especially when exceeding the dose, and could show the maximum daily dose and duration limits. Also, in neonate intensive care units, a stewardship board in which weekly excipient exposure should be audited, in which an ICU, which is considered another checkpoint for excipient monitoring, especially for those babies that receive multiple IV medicine or parenteral medicine and parenteral nutrition. Also, we can include this initiative in pharmacovigilance through inclusion of this initiative in or this excipient field in ICSR, and make exposure visible at order entry, monitor proactively for known toxicity, and code it in pharmacovigilance so signal become clear and obvious. In order to measure our progress in applying this initiative, some KPI should be included, like more than 80% of pediatric risky products or this risky excipient should be converted or controlled within 36 months. More than 40% improvement in caregiver comprehension of excipient warnings. Reduction by 50% of this risky excipient exposure, cumulative exposure in neonate intensive care unit in patient day within 12 months at pilot site. And we can publish quarterly update on this initiative and could be integrated with step entries. I propose 1 year roadmap to apply this initiative, and I divide it into quarterly at the last of first quarter. I prefer to finalize the watch list, the central watch list, and set traffic light criteria and align with CMC and key regulators. At the end of the second quarter, I should update the labels, patient informed leaflets, and enable computerized patient order entry checks. And we can start with 3 products reformulation. At the third quarter, we can start pilot study in 3 neonate intensive care units and begin with pharmacovigilance tagging and would publish first NC report. At the last of fourth quarter, we can scale to top pediatric products and submit step updates and publish regional guidance adaptation. I put an example practical summary tool that evaluate the excipient on different level, like exposure versus label limits, in which we could put an excipient, its function and route, and maximum label dose versus exposure or maximum exposure dose. Also, we can put a column or field that including the risk flag. We can put here the traffic light color that include red color to avoid this excipient for neonate, amber or yellow color that should be limit with limit color or sorry with limit decision, and green, which is not present here in our table, and indicate is acceptable and can be used for neonate. Also, I put the decision and mitigation, like decision avoiding for red risk flag to redesign the formulation and or limit to apply some control on this yellow color excipient, like short duration of use, monitoring of this excipient or this product, or give alternative when necessary. As a summary for our topic and our proposal, this is an invitation for all stakeholders to join the Neonatal Safe Excipient Initiative. As a founding signatories, each organization can nominate high-volume pediatric products, comment funding, and share data. Our pledge is to keep this tool open and accessible for regulators, clinicians, researchers, and caregivers. Together, we can protect the most vulnerable patients, which are neonates and infants. My last word is Neonate Safe Excipient Initiative will success only if WHO could anchor it, ISoP drive the science, STEP database ensure the data remain open, and neonate intensive care unit networks ensure the bedside adaptation. Together, with the collaborative of all these efforts, we can truly achieve safe care for every newborn and every child. At the last but not the least, this is my contact details for future work and if there is any inquiries. Also, I would like to thank ISOP Middle East chapter and especially Dr. Thamer for their invitation to present this topic, and Dr. Manal Yunus, which is the head of Pharmacovigilance Center here in Iraq, for reviewing and her inputs on this topic. Also, special thanks to Patricia for her cooperation and organizing this session. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samer, for this informative presentation. Indeed, a very needed topic for advancing patient safety in our region. I totally believe that the proposed neonate safe excipient traffic light system that you have discussed is an excellent structured approach that can help both regulators and clinicians to quickly assess the excipient safety in neonate. And I would like to share with you all the experience in Lebanon. The Lebanese National Pharmacovigilance Program team have developed a national list for our marketed product in the Lebanese market, identifying excipients with known effect. This list can be used by healthcare professionals to identify those excipients whenever they are dispensing any medication. And I believe if this is accompanied with your proposed approach, they will definitely be of more success. So now let's move into a live discussion. And I again invite all of our participants and audience to share their question in the chat box. And I will start with questions that were addressed to Dr. Omar. So, Dr. Omar, you have a question saying that why do you think the harmonized pediatric adverse event reporting could not be achieved and sustained as a consistent challenge?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Abir, and thank you for this interesting question. So, the main reason actually, or the first reason and the most important reason is actually regulatory fragmentation. So, of course, we all know we have different regions, like we have FDA, we have EMA, we have WHO, with each different reporting requirements and age categorization. So we have, of course, due to this fragmented regulatory thing, we have variability in definitions. So, for example, terms like pediatrics, adolescents, or infants are not always described in the same way between these different regions. So we don't have harmonization regarding the definitions first. And this is really important when doing intake. Second, I think it's resource barriers, because many low and middle income countries, especially in the Middle East, actually lack the infrastructure to sustain a standardized reporting systems, which is really important. So this is why as I highlighted in my presentation, going forward, stronger alignment between regulators could make harmonization more actually achievable.
Thank you, Dr. Omar. We will stay with you with another question, please. So, Dr. Omar, the solution you proposed that is related to the use of digitalization tools such as AI and NLP assisted intake check, in your opinion, to what extent or how feasible is the implementation of such an activity in low resources setting where PV infrastructure might be still in the developing phase?
Yes, again, thank you so much, Dr. Abir, for excellent question. So AI can absolutely benefit us and add value to AE intake. This is for sure. But the key is to actually start simple with what we currently have in hands. So we can use, for example, lightweight NLP tools, which also can be used, for example, offline, even can be used offline. It can help actually in AE cases for triage, duplicate detection, and language routing. So, of course, in these cases, there should be always a human in the loop to confirm the output of these basic tools, if you want. This hybrid solution can make the digitalization practice even when the infrastructure is lacking. So we can make this digitalization using these simple tools that are available with everyone and even offline, as I mentioned. But what I think the trick here is actually working on the making the AE intake form smart before using the smart tool. Because 80% or even more of the info comes from mandatory pediatric fields in the adverse event form, for example. So if we work on the form itself, it will enable us to use more simpler tools, if you want, in these cases, that does not cost too much to acquire or operate.
Thank you, Dr. Omar. I will move to Dr. Samer, giving you, Dr. Omar, a small break. Dr. Samer, again, thank you so much for your informative presentation. And starting with the first question that was addressed to you, how do you envision the integration of the proposed NSEI traffic light classification into existing regulatory frameworks? Would it be voluntary guidance at first or mandatory, leading to labeling requirements?
Thank you, Dr. Abir, for your introduction, for your question. I think it's better to be gradually incrementing this initiative in regulatory framework through voluntary participation, especially in the first year when I put the first year roadmap, like publishing this initiative and put the definition and the threshold and encourage the voluntary inclusion of this initiative in patient for leaflet or SMBC. Then after that, we can formalize it and become mandatory, especially for high risky excipient or for a sensitive age or weight bands. Through incrementation or increment this tool in product information, e-leaflets, and even in QR code, as I said in our presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Samer. Another question for you. Since cumulative exposure across multiple products is a major gap, what digital tool or prescribing system could realistically be used in order to be able to monitor this in real time in neonatal ICU?
As I said before in my presentation, there is I put the digital tool was called SPOE, which is computerized physician order entry, which is considered as a checklist for the excipient and excipient threshold. There is many digital tools that can save the data for the patient, like e-prescribing or electronic healthcare records that could store the neonates data and can assist us regarding the using of this initiative.
Thank you so much. And I believe maybe also integrating the double checking system that we usually do with other like high alert medications or the LASA in our prescribing practices within the hospital would also help before dispensing those medication to pediatrics. I will go back to Dr. Omar. Dr. Omar, we have two more questions for you. Regarding the global pediatric signal pooling, in your opinion, what steps would be required to overcome data sharing barriers across countries?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Abir. So I think the priority here is to agree and align on a very, if you want, lean, harmonized pediatric data set. So all countries actually can contribute. So the idea here is we don't actually need to force central databases to all countries and all regulators, which can be actually a burden for certain countries. But we can use methods where data stays, for example, local, but the analysis of these countries or regulators are properly shared in order to improve this pooling.
Definitely, I totally agree with you. And this, I think this will align also with the WHO Global Benchmarking Tool initiative that requests the exchange in information between the different countries in order to achieve one goal, which is safety for the patients and for the use of medication. Another question for you, Dr. Omar. In addressing communication gaps, how can PV system ensure that culturally adapted messages reach caregivers in a rural area or a low literacy community in an effective way?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Abir. Really Interesting and excellent question again. So messages actually must be co-created with caregivers and delivered through, if you want, trusted local channels. So like healthcare workers, of course, or certain other trusted local media channels. Also, like, for example, school nurses can be used in certain countries to deliver this solid message. Um, Also, for these specific communities, we must increase the use of visuals and audio, which is really, really important. It is far, for me, it is far more effective than a written or text alone. We should depend more of what we call infographic messages, not only text for this specific group of people.
Again, I would like to add many of the requirements that we see in the GVP practices guideline in the Arab countries, talking about risk minimization measures or the safety communications, including the Dear Healthcare Professional letter. Again, these are important. What you have shared in your answer is important to be integrated when we are thinking about risk minimization measures for people with limited literacy. And in the challenge in delivering the Dear Healthcare Professional is delivering it within the needed time. Again, Dr. Omar, thank you so much for your active participation and replies to all these questions. Meanwhile, I would like to go back to you, Dr. Samer. Again, we have two more questions for you, Dr. Samer. Since cumulative exposure across multiple products, I'm not sure, I think I have shared this with you.
Yeah.
I will move on to the
Already
next.
answered this.
Yes, yes. Then we're left with one more question. What strategies are proposed to ensure sustainability of the NSEI database, for example, continuous updating, global contributions, funding, given the rapidly changing pharmaceutical market?
Thank you for the question. Actually, there are many ways to ensure the sustainability of this tool. As I said in my presentation, this tool cannot be successful until the collaboration of all parties like WHO, ISoP, other national formula, health authorities, and other parties. This is crucial to maintain this tool and continuously updating the database, which is I proposed a STEP database, and become available freely to all national authorities.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samer. Thank you both, Dr. Umar and Dr. Samer, for your valuable input, informative sessions, and for making this Middle East session a success. For any other questions that might be shared, as we have said earlier, they will be listed in the Q&A list at the ISoP website. In the meantime, I would like to announce that we have reached the end of our Middle East Patient Safety Day session. I extend our sincere thanks to all of the speakers and to each one of our attendees, and for everyone with their invaluable time and contribution in making the World Patient Safety Day event possible, focusing on the theme, safe care for every newborn and every child. Continuing to share your experiences and comments about ISoP 2025 Patient Safety Day on social media, as we shared with you previously. And I would like to ask all of our audience and participants, if they are interested, to join the upcoming session that is coming from Africa region, and which will start 3 p.m. UK time. Also, I would like to invite everyone to visit our ISoP online Facebook page, YouTube channel, where we can all view this webinar or any other webinars from the Patient Safety Day event again. And those will also be published in the records in the next few days. And finally, if you're not yet a member of the ISoP, we all invite you to join the international network. This network that is highly committed to scientific and educational innovation in pharmacovigilance and global promotion of safe medication use. On behalf of ISoP, I would like to thank you all, speakers, participants, people behind the scene for your participation today, and have a nice evening. Thank you.
Hi, my dear ISoP family. Welcome to the ISoP Patient Safety Day 2025. If you don't know me, I am Angela Caro. I am the president of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance. And with a big team, we prepared this day just for you. Thank you so much for your presence here. We are very proud about the talks and all the speakers that are invited this year in this celebration. Every year, ISoP celebrates the Patient Safety Day for the awareness of people who is working in Patient Safety Day and for everyone who wants to participate in create a better world in hospitals and industry and every place that is in charge of patient safety. This year, we are talking about the children, and we want to invite you to think how to contribute in a better medication safety for them. Please go to the social networks of ISoP and please read about all the information that we have for Patient Safety Day. And additionally, listen the EMC podcast that we create just for talking about this important day. Thank you so much for being here, and please enjoy the talks. Hi, my dear ISoP family. Welcome to the ISoP Patient Safety Day 2025. If you don't know me, I am Angela Caro. I am the president of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance. And with a big team, we prepared this day just for you. Thank you so much for your presence here. We are very proud about the talks and all the speakers that are invited this year in this celebration. Every year, ISoP celebrates the Patient Safety Day for the awareness of people who is working in Patient Safety Day and for everyone who wants to participate in create a better world in hospitals and industry and every place that is in charge of patient safety. This year, we are talking about the children, and we want to invite you to think how to contribute in a better medication safety for them. Please go to the social networks of ISoP and please read about all the information that we have for Patient Safety Day. And additionally, listen the EMC podcast that we create just for talking about this important day. Thank you so much for being here, and please enjoy the talks. Hi, my dear ISoP family. Welcome to the ISoP Patient Safety Day 2025. If you don't know me, I am Angela Caro. I am the president of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance. And with a big team, we prepared this day just for you. Thank you so much for your presence here. We are very proud about the talks and all the speakers that are invited this year in this celebration. Every year, ISoP celebrates the Patient Safety Day for the awareness of people who is working in Patient Safety Day and for everyone who wants to participate in create a better world in hospitals and industry and every place that is in charge of patient safety. This year, we are talking about the children, and we want to invite you to think how to contribute in a better medication safety for them. Please go to the social networks of ISoP and please read about all the information that we have for Patient Safety Day, and additionally listen the EMC podcast that we create just for talking about this important day. Thank you so much for being here, and please enjoy the talks.
right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us today to mark this year's Patient Safety Day. We trust that the previous sessions from the other chapters and regions have been of interest and have contributed meaningfully to your effort to ensure patient safety, particularly as it relates to children. My name is Comfort Ogar. I am a Senior Pharmacovigilance Manager with the United States Pharmacopoeia, and I am the President of the Africa chapter of ISoP. I am delighted to host this year's event for the African region. On behalf of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance ISoP, we are very pleased to welcome you to the 6th edition of the ISoP Patient Safety Day event, holding between today, September 18th, and tomorrow, September 19th, 2025. Now, the World Health Organization has designated September 17th as the World Patient Safety Day to enhance public engagement in patient safety and to promote global actions aimed at preventing and reducing harm associated with healthcare delivery. This year, WHO has chosen the theme, Safe Care for Every Newborn and Child, under the slogan, Patient Safety from the Start, to highlight the vulnerability of those from birth to 9 years old to risks and harm resulting from care that is not adapted to their age, size, health condition, and context. Together with WHO, ISoP calls all parents, caregivers, healthcare providers, healthcare leaders, educators, and communities to unite in action to prevent avoidable harm in pediatric care and to build a safer, healthier future for every child. ISoP also affirms the objectives of WHO's Global Patient Safety Challenge and calls on health professionals and all stakeholders to prioritize and take early action in critical areas associated with significant harm in pediatric and neonatal patients due to unsafe medication practices. These areas include high-risk medications and high-risk situations, look-alike, sound-alike medicines, dose conversions, transitions of care, polypharmacy, adverse drug reactions, and major disruptions in the delivery of healthcare services. To get us started, our ISoP president, Dr. Angela Caro, will share her message for this year. Please take a listen.
Hi, my dear ISoP family. Welcome to the ISoP Patient Safety Day 2025. If you don't know me, I am Angela Caro. I am the president of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance. And with a big team, we prepared this day just for you. Thank you so much for your presence here. We are very proud about the talks and all the speakers that are invited this year in this celebration. Every year, ISoP celebrates the Patient Safety Day for the awareness of people who is working in Patient Safety Day and for everyone who wants to participate in create a better world in hospitals and industry and every place that is in charge of patient safety. This year, we are talking about the children, and we want to invite you to think how to contribute in a better medication safety for them. Please go to the social networks of ISoP and please read about all the information that we have for Patient Safety Day. And additionally, listen the EMC podcast that we create just for talking about this important day. Thank you so much for being here, and please enjoy the talks.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Angela, for that wonderful message and for the encouragement. Now, we appreciate your attention and invite you to contribute to the broader dialogue by sharing your reflections and experiences on this year's event through social media using the following hashtags: hashtag ISoP PSD 2025, hashtag World Patient Safety Day 2025, hashtag WPSD 2025, hashtag ISoP Online, hashtag ISoP Africa Chapter, ISoP Pediatric Safety, hashtag Child Safe Care, hashtag No Harm from Birth. Now, before I hand over the microphone to our speakers for the day, I would like to share a few preliminary information. We encourage you to actively participate in this session by asking questions. If you have any question, please put them in the chat box. We will do our best to respond to the questions as our schedule permits today. If we do not respond to your questions during this session, we will respond to all questions in a Q&A document, which will be published on our website, www.isoponline.org. This session is being recorded and will be available on ISoP's Facebook page and our YouTube channel in the coming days. Please visit these channels to view this session or any other sessions from this year's Patient Safety Day event. If you are not yet a member of ISoP, we invite you to join our international network committed to scientific and educational innovation in pharmacovigilance and to the global promotion of safe medication use. It is now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker for the day, Dr. Diallo Mamadou Madio, who will present on reporting exposure to drugs during pregnancy and in newborns. His presentation will be in French. Dr. Mamadou is a pharmacist, a pharmacovigilance consultant. He is the head of the internal pharmacovigilance unit at Ignace Dean University Hospital and president of the Guinean Pharmacovigilance Organization. He is actively involved in promoting patient safety at the national and international level. He is a certified trainer in pharmacovigilance for COVID-19 vaccines, having been trained at the Rabat Collaborating Center, where he attended the 15th Francophone Inter-Country Course on Pharmacovigilance. His recent contributions include developing Guinea's National Strategic Plan for Pharmacovigilance 2023 to 2027 and participating in the scientific evaluation of abstracts for the Canadian Conference on Global Health. He is also the author of the manual, Guide to Pharmacovigilance in the University Hospital Center. He is an active member of several professional networks, including ISoP. Now, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Mamadou to make his presentation.
Merci, Dr. Comfort. Bonjour, bonsoir, ça dépend de l'endroit où vous vous trouvez dans le monde. Je suis Diallo Mamadou Madiou, pharmacien, consultant pharmacovigilance, responsable de la cellule interne de pharmacovigilance au CHI Ignace Dean, membre de la Société internationale de pharmacovigilance, membre de la plateforme Afrovigilance. À l'occasion de la célébration de la Journée internationale consacrée à la sécurité des patients, placée sous le thème central des soins sûrs pour chaque nouveau-né et chaque enfant, j'ai l'immense honneur d'échanger avec vous autour de cette thématique concernant la déclaration des effets indésirables de l'exposition des médicaments pendant la grossesse et chez les nouveau-nés. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Pour faciliter cette présentation, nous allons faire une petite introduction où on va faire un rappel par rapport au contexte et rappeler un peu les quelques risques au cours de la grossesse et les quelques médicaments déjà identifiés lors des études présentant des risques durant les différentes périodes de la grossesse. Et nous parlerons également de la déclaration des effets indésirables et nous allons terminer par partager notre expérience, notre expérience guinéenne. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Donc, en effet, on ne peut pas parler de l'exposition pendant la grossesse sans pour autant prendre en compte et rappeler que les prescriptions médicales chez les femmes enceintes soulèvent souvent des problématiques, des risques médicamenteux. Il est important aussi de se rappeler que la faible participation de ces populations concernées, à l'occurrence les femmes enceintes et les enfants, les nouveau-nés, lors des essais cliniques. C'est des populations qui sont sous-représentées pendant les essais cliniques. Et selon une étude qui a été menée entre 2011 et 2014 par l'Agence nationale de sécurité du médicament en France, 97% des femmes enceintes ont reçu au moins un médicament au cours de leur grossesse. En plus de ça, il est essentiel aussi de rappeler que cette tendance aux États-Unis s'élève à 64%, 55% en Afrique du Sud et 87% en Éthiopie, selon une autre étude qui a été menée entre 2013 et 2019. En dehors de ces tendances, il est important aussi de se rappeler qu'en Afrique, la prévalence de l'automédication est de 43,34%. Donc, et en dehors de ces chiffres, donc, ce qui révèle ici la complexité de l'exposition et ces tendances de l'exposition chez la femme enceinte ne sont pas souvent sans risque. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Ce qui convient ici de rappeler les quelques événements historiques malheureux que le monde a connus. Par exemple, nous allons démarrer par l'événement du diéthylbestérol. Comme vous le savez, le diéthylbestérol est un oestrogène de synthèse non stéroïdien qui était utilisé entre les années 1948 et 1977 pour prévenir les avortements les avortements spontanés chez les femmes enceintes. Donc, ce produit était connu sous le nom de distilbène. Et l'exposition entre ces deux années, entre 1948 et 1977, à ces produits a entraîné des cancers du vagin chez les jeunes filles exposées in utero à ces produits naturellement. Par exemple, en France, il y a eu près de 200 000 femmes enceintes qui ont été exposées à ces produits. Et parmi ce nombre, il y a eu 160 000 enfants nés de ces grossesses. Et voilà, il y a eu environ 80 000 filles qui sont nées de ces grossesses. Vous imaginez, il y a eu par la suite combien de filles qui ont développé des cancers de vagin après, voilà, suite à l'exposition à ces produits. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. En outre, il est aussi important de nous rappeler la tragédie de la thalidomide. Et comme vous le savez, la thalidomide, c'est un médicament antinausée qui était utilisé dans les années 60, entre 1956 et 1960, chez les femmes enceintes pour naturellement prévenir les nausées et les vomissements. Et suite à l'exposition à ce produit, il y a eu près de 12 000 cas de phocomélie. Et comme vous le savez, la phocomélie, c'est une malformation congénitale qui se traduit par l'absence des membres inférieurs ou supérieurs à la naissance, comme l'illustre cette image que vous voyez. Voilà, et environ parmi les 10 000 ou plus enfants exposés, 40% sont morts à la naissance. Donc, ces tragédies et ces tendances que je viens de rappeler, des risques liés à l'exposition chez la femme enceinte et la complexité surtout de l'exposition en Afrique. Et à travers tous ces tragédies, ces événements malheureux que le monde a connus, par exemple, cet événement était lié, on peut dire, à un manque de partage d'informations entre les pays, ce qui fait que l'Organisation mondiale de la santé a initié le programme international de pharmacovigilance dans les années 68, dont l'objectif était le partage d'informations entre les pays. Parce qu'on se disait que s'il y avait le partage d'informations entre les pays, on aurait pu entreprendre des mesures de minimisation de risques. Donc, d'où l'importance de surveiller et de partager ces informations. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Donc, il est essentiel, après tout ce qu'on vient de voir, de rappeler qu'au cours de la grossesse, il y a plusieurs risques, en fait, suite à l'exposition à des médicaments ou surtout à des substances toxiques au cours surtout de la grossesse, les différentes périodes de la grossesse. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Parmi ces risques au cours de la grossesse, il y a des effets malformatifs. Et quand on parle des effets malformatifs, et comme vous le savez, 2% c'est-à-dire des grossesses, souvent dans le monde, viennent avec des malformations. En fait, le pourcentage de malformations dans le monde est d'environ 2%. En fait. Et généralement, c'est des malformations majeures. Et moins de 5% de ces malformations peuvent être liées à l'exposition à des médicaments. Et là, il y a ce qu'on appelle des effets malformatifs. Surtout, on parle d'effets malformatifs pendant la période embryonnaire. C'est là où il y a c'est au cours de cette période qu'on appelle aussi cette période l'organogénèse. C'est entre le 13e généralement et le 56e jour après la conception. Et donc, il y a des risques d'atteinte morphologique. C'est là où on parle voilà, de défauts, par exemple, de formation des membres ou d'anomalies du cœur, des cardiopathies. Nous avons également des effets phétotoxiques et juste au niveau du deuxième, juste après la période d'organogénèse, il y a le deuxième trimestre de la grossesse. Et là, généralement, l'impact de l'exposition ici, c'est le retentissement sur la croissance ou la maturation des os. Donc, c'est là où on observe des faibles poids à la naissance ou des atteintes rénales. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Toujours au cours de la grossesse, il peut y avoir des effets néonataux. Et quand on parle des effets néonataux, c'est des expositions qui surviennent soit à la fin de la grossesse ou pendant l'accouchement. Et là, cette exposition peut être, par exemple, liée soit au médicament lui-même ou par la privation du médicament, communément appelé syndrome de sévrage. Nous avons également des effets à distance de la naissance. Et généralement, en fait, ces effets sont diagnostiqués chez l'enfant à distance de la naissance. J'ai donné, par exemple, ici l'exemple de l'exposition du diéthylbestérol et comme vous l'avez constaté, c'est des filles qui étaient exposées à la naissance, mais il y a eu des cancers voilà, du vagin après leur naissance, quoi. Vous voyez, donc ça peut arriver et c'est des risques qui concernent toute la grossesse, quel que soit le trimestre. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Donc là, c'est un peu une image qui illustre les différentes périodes de la grossesse. Et comme vous voyez, le premier trimestre, la période embryonnaire, généralement, c'est là où on parle d'effets malformatifs. C'est là où il y a des problèmes de cardiopathie ou de défauts de formation des membres. Et puis, le deuxième et le troisième période, c'est là où on a des problèmes, par exemple, de faible poids à la naissance ou d'atteinte rénale. Et vous voyez, chez le nouveau-né, c'est là où on parle de syndrome de sévrage, par exemple. Et enfin, il y a l'exposition à distance, en fait, c'est-à-dire des événements qui surviennent à distance de la grossesse. Donc, c'est juste une image illustrative. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. En plus des risques qu'on peut observer au cours de la grossesse, comme vous le savez, il y a des médicaments qui ont été identifiés selon des études comme présentant des risques pendant la grossesse. Et parmi ces médicaments, nous avons les antinéoplasiques. Et ici, comme antinéoplasique, on prend comme exemple l'antagoniste de l'acide folique, à l'occurrence, par exemple, le méthotrexate. Donc, comme vous le savez, c'est un antinéoplasique et à faible dose, il a un effet immunosuppresseur. Donc, l'exposition in utero à ce produit peut induire une augmentation inflammatoire non stéroïdienne, c'est l'inhibition des COX. Et là, l'exposition in utero aux anti-inflammatoires non stéroïdiens peut entraîner l'altération de la fonction rénale du fœtus et conduire à une oligoanurie fétale et voilà, une diminution du liquide amniotique. Comme vous le savez, ça peut être vraiment un risque. C'est pourquoi ces médicaments sont déconseillés surtout deuxième trimestre et troisième trimestre de la grossesse. Nous avons également les inhibiteurs de l'enzyme de conversion et les antagonistes des récepteurs de l'angiostensine D. Et ces médicaments également peuvent entraîner et peuvent présenter un risque selon des études qui ont déjà été menées d'une diminution du liquide amniotique. Donc, l'exposition pendant le deuxième et le troisième, la deuxième, la troisième, le deuxième et le troisième trimestre de la grossesse est contre-indiqué. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Donc, en plus de ces rappels, il est important, suite à tout ce qu'on vient de voir, la notion de la déclaration des effets indésirables, c'est important d'échanger autour de cette notion. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Donc là, qu'est-ce qu'il faut notifier? Il faut notifier toute suspicion d'événements indésirables susceptibles d'être liés à un médicament, un vaccin ou à un autre produit de santé. Donc, que l'exposition, que ce soit une observation de surdosage, d'abus ou de mésusage, c'est important de déclarer, de notifier. Que le problème, que ce soit un problème de l'exposition de façon globale chez la femme enceinte, au cours de l'allaitement, chez les enfants, il est important de déclarer. Que l'événement indésirable soit grave ou non grave, attendu ou inattendu, c'est important de déclarer. Parce que, en fait, vous avez vu le problème avec la tragédie de la thalidomide, c'était lié essentiellement, c'est arrivé à 12 000 cas parce qu'il y a eu rétention d'informations, il n'y a pas eu de partage d'informations. Donc, ce qui fait qu'il ne faudrait pas dire que voilà, c'est un événement qui est mineur, on ne déclare pas, ou voilà, même si c'est une exposition par la suite de l'automédication, c'est important de déclarer. Que ce soit le circuit formel ou informel, il faut déclarer. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Qui doit déclarer là, c'est important en tant que professionnel de santé. Aujourd'hui, c'est d'ailleurs l'objectif, c'est de nous rappeler notre rôle en tant de notificateur et c'est-à-dire de partager l'information et de ne pas garder cette information pour nous en tant que professionnels de santé, que nous soyons médecins, pharmaciens, sages-femmes, infirmiers, ATS. Donc, on doit déclarer s'il y a des problèmes liés à l'exposition pendant la grossesse et également chez les nouveau-nés et les enfants, c'est important de notifier. Et voire même de façon globale, toute exposition est à notifier, c'est à déclarer. Donc, les patients aussi font partie des notificateurs. Les encourager à déclarer, les sensibiliser, c'est important de les sensibiliser et de leur faire participer à la déclaration de ces événements indésirables. Mais pour avoir des notifications de qualité, parfois on est amené à leur demander de se rapprocher voilà, des professionnels de santé pour une notification de qualité. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Donc là, c'est un peu les outils qui permettent, qui peuvent faciliter aussi le support de notification. Voilà, pour notifier, on a besoin des éléments. La fiche de notification, c'est l'élément de base pour notifier. Voilà, et voilà, elle contient en tout cas des rubriques qui peuvent aider au centre d'évaluer le lien de causalité. Donc, c'est l'outil de base pour notifier. Et en plus de la fiche de notification, il peut y avoir d'autres outils tels qu'une ligne téléphonique dédiée à ça. Il peut y avoir aussi des applications, des notifications par email. Donc, tous ces outils vont servir pour collecter et transmettre ces données au centre de pharmacovigilance. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. La déclaration, on déclare au niveau de la structure de pharmacovigilance disponible au sein de votre pays. Ce n'est pas forcément de centre parce qu'il y a certains pays qui n'ont pas encore de centres nationaux de pharmacovigilance. C'est des unités, c'est des sections de pharmacovigilance. Donc, on doit déclarer à ces entités. Et si, par exemple, le pays est doté des centres régionaux de pharmacovigilance, vous pouvez déclarer à ce niveau. Vous pouvez également déclarer chez les points focaux de pharmacovigilance ou les référents pharmacovigilance au niveau des structures de santé. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Il est important de notifier parce que la notification, comme je viens de dire, ça permet d'entreprendre des mesures de minimisation de risque Et si c'est des notifications de qualité, c'est à travers ces notifications qu'on va mettre en place une base de données. À travers cette base de données, on peut se servir de cette base de données pour détecter les signaux et anticiper en fait et mettre en place des mesures de minimisation des risques. À travers ces notifications, les professionnels de santé peuvent avoir des recommandations à travers le retour d'informations venant des autorités et ça peut améliorer les pratiques de prescription, de dispensation et d'administration des produits. Donc, c'est dans le but de sécuriser, bien entendu, les patients. Ça permet également d'améliorer la sécurité, comme je viens de dire. Ça peut permettre d'évaluer l'évaluation continue du rapport bénéfice-risque. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Donc là, j'ai le plaisir également d'échanger, de partager l'expérience guinéenne, ce que nous faisons en Guinée. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Voilà, il est essentiel de rappeler un petit contexte. C'est que, en fait, la Guinée, nous avons une section pharmacovigilance voilà, qui est au niveau de la Direction nationale de la pharmacie et des médicaments au ministère de la Santé. Et voilà, côté niveau maturité, selon l'auto-évaluation de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, la dernière auto-évaluation, nous sommes au niveau de maturité 1. Voilà, tout n'est pas encore mis en place, mais il y a quand même des acquis parce que en plus il y a des documents normatifs qui sont déjà rédigés, mis en place, il y a des lignes directrices. Et voilà, il y a récemment en 2023, nous avons élaboré un plan stratégique de pharmacovigilance. Et ça, ce plan inclut beaucoup d'aspects, et surtout la formation. Donc, en plus de ça, concernant ce thème aujourd'hui, concernant l'exposition chez la femme enceinte et chez les nouveau-nés, il faut rappeler que la complexité des expositions. Pourquoi j'évoque complexité des expositions? Parce qu'en fait, ici, comme beaucoup d'autres pays à ressources limitées, il faut se dire que, en fait, en plus de l'exposition selon une prescription, les femmes enceintes peuvent être confrontées à d'autres expositions à travers l'automédication, à travers aussi la médecine traditionnelle. Donc, il faut également rappeler que voilà, l'accès, malgré les efforts qui sont fournis, il y a toujours des limites liées à l'accès aux soins et à l'information. Il y a aussi des difficultés aussi à évaluer les effets à long terme. Il y a des manques de données. Pour le moment, en fait, on est en sous-notification, il faut reconnaître, mais il y a des efforts qui sont en train d'être mis en place, déployés pour vraiment arriver c'est-à-dire à relever ces défis. Il y a aussi les croyances. Il est essentiel de rappeler qu'il y a des croyances parmi les facteurs et le contexte parce que, en fait, l'exposition chez la femme enceinte, quand une femme enceinte donne, vous allez voir, voilà, il y a une image qui illustre. C'est qu'on peut se dire que, voilà, à travers les croyances, les mœurs, dire que, voilà, c'est tel facteur qui a fait que, voilà, l'interpréter comme quoi c'est lié, par exemple, au djinn et autre chose, qui fait que c'est difficile. Et puis, il y a aussi la stigmatisation. Prendre ses naissances, par exemple, s'il y a des malformations comme étant, par exemple, voilà, un malheur, c'est des exemples, en fait. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Donc là, c'est une image qui illustre ce que je viens de dire, parce que le mois d'août, il y a eu la naissance de ce bébé, appelé bébé sirène ici, ce bébé est né à Farana. Et par rapport, ce bébé illustre non seulement le problème lié à l'accès aux soins et à l'information, mais également le problème des croyances et puis voilà, des coutumes. Parce que quand on parle d'accès, c'est la maman, selon des interviews réalisées à travers le journal, quelques presses écrites, la maman, de temps en temps, elle partait à l'hôpital pour ses soins, mais malheureusement, ce n'est pas, en fait, elle n'était pas régulière. Si elle était régulière, une échographie pouvait montrer à partir voilà, qu'il y avait une malformation avant même la naissance. Mais c'est à l'accouchement que les gens ont su que réellement le bébé est né comme ça. Vous voyez? Donc, ça dénote aussi, il y a eu des tollés au niveau des réseaux sociaux, c'est comme si c'est un miracle, vous voyez, donc, et la complexité de l'exposition, parce que cette femme est non seulement il faut se dire qu'elle est exposée aux médicaments, mais également, ça peut être aussi aux médicaments traditionnels. Vous voyez, donc c'est un peu difficile d'interpréter, d'évaluer le lien de causalité. Et puis, à travers certains aspects, surtout la déclaration, c'est un peu, parfois, si ça arrive, c'est des cas voilà, où on parle de stigmatisation, les gens ont peur de parler, voilà. Donc, c'est pas facile. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Donc, parmi les initiatives que nous avons menées, en dehors de proprement de ma participation à l'élaboration du plan stratégique de pharmacovigilance, nous avons également participé à la mise en place d'une étude CAP au CH INAS-DIN. L'objectif était d'évaluer les connaissances, attitudes et pratiques du personnel du CHI en matière de pharmacovigilance. Et derrière, à travers le rapport de cette étude qui a montré vraiment un niveau de besoin important lié à la formation et un niveau de besoin important à la mise en place d'une cellule interne de pharmacovigilance au sein du CHI et la disponibilité aussi un besoin en termes de support de notification. Il y a eu l'initiative auprès les autorités ont pris l'initiative de créer la cellule interne de pharmacovigilance au CHI INAS-DIN et nous avons déjà commencé à donner des formations et des sensibilisations sur la notification et disponibiliser des outils de notification au niveau des différents services du CH INASDIN. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Donc ça, c'est des images, c'est quelques images illustratives de nos activités au niveau du CHI INASDIN, des activités de formation et de sensibilisation. Diapo, s'il vous plaît. Donc, pour conclure, retenez que la déclaration de l'exposition aux médicaments pendant la grossesse et chez les nouveau-nés est un enjeu majeur de santé publique. En Guinée, des efforts importants ont été engagés pour renforcer la pharmacovigilance à travers des initiatives concrètes portées par des autorités sanitaires et leurs partenaires. Cependant, ces efforts doivent être consolidés et étendus. Et donc, il est essentiel que ce soit pour la Guinée, pour les pays à ressources limitées, ou en tout cas des pays qui se trouvent dans le même truc, d'intégrer systématiquement la surveillance de l'exposition médicamenteuse dans les soins prénatales, de former et outiller les professionnels de santé, puisque c'est nous, les professionnels de santé, qui sommes les notificateurs, qui sont à la base des bonnes des notifications de qualité, de renforcer l'implication communautaire à travers des sensibilisations. Donc, je termine ma présentation par un appel à mobilisation collective pour assurer une grossesse plus sûre et protéger les nouveau-nés contre les risques évitables liés aux médicaments. Merci pour votre aimable attention. Vos questions et suggestions seront les bienvenues.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diallo, for that wonderful presentation. Without a doubt, what you have presented today has been a fantastic addition to the topic of patient safety, especially as it relates to the children and the neonates that we're talking about today. So again, I encourage our listeners and participants to please put down any questions you may have in the chat, and we will attend to them during the Q&A session. And then Dr. Diallo, please would request that you turn off your camera but remain connected, as we'll have a live Q&A session and we'll call upon you to answer the questions. Thank you. Now, to move us forward, let me introduce our second speaker, Dr. Shaheen Akhtar, who will present on pediatric medication management at home. Professor Shaheen Akhtar is from Bangladesh. Her professional background spans over 2 decades as a pediatric specialist and a neonatologist. She has shown consistent commitment to the treatment, preventive care, and overall well-being of children and newborns in her home country and worldwide. She is affiliated with the Eman Medical College in Dakar, where she impacts her knowledge and skills to the younger generation as a passionate medical teacher. With a focus on vaccine safety and pharmacovigilance, she has served as a member and secretary of the National AEFI Expert Review Committee in Bangladesh for over 14 years. She has facilitated various workshops on AEFI causality assessment, both domestically and internationally. She has been a member of the WHO Global Advisory Committee on Vaccine Safety since August 2022. Driven by a strong commitment to improve health outcomes for children in Bangladesh and worldwide, she seeks opportunities to contribute to medicine and vaccine safety issues. It is because of this passion and commitment that she has been motivated to share her knowledge with us today, all the way from Bangladesh. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Shaheen Akhtar as she makes her presentation.
Thank you very much. Dear audience, welcome to my presentation. First of all, good evening to you all from Bangladesh, and wherever you are, good afternoon and good morning. So my topic is pediatric medication management at home. Before going to the presentation, let us share my experience regarding the medication safety. So the safety status of my medication in children. I'll share you my experience in my hospital. In my emergency department in an evening, a 3-month-old infant was brought, found to be collapsing, cyanosed, hypothermic, having respiratory distress, and his illness was followed by mistakenly administered suppository. We were very much astonished to see that instead of giving paracetamol suppository, which was supposed to be 60 milligram, the baby was given a tramadol suppository, which was of adult dose, that is of 100 milligram. And the caregiver mistakenly thought both of the suppository, you can see on the screen that both of the suppository, she thought that the suppositories were of similar color, and moreover the suppositories were of same size. So as I said, the baby was in a critical condition. The baby needed to put on mechanical ventilator, and fortunately we could save the baby. So you can see that medication error can be dangerous and is not uncommon. So let us see what is happening worldwide. In every 8 minutes, a child experiences a home medication error. It is the worldwide data. And studies have revealed more than half of the caregivers gave an incorrect dose, that is deviated more than 20 to 40%, especially in cases of liquid medicine, which has been prescribed. And in case of emergency visit or hospitalization, it has been found that more than 14% of the visits happened due to unsupervised ingestion of the pediatric medicines. And in this slide, you can see that mixing up of the medicines following an inappropriate instruction or mistakenly perceived prescription by the caregiver may cause a huge change in the dosing, may cause overdoses as well as underdosing errors. You can see if we do not clearly communicate the parents, if we do not clearly instruct the parents or caregivers, if we casually say that give 1 teaspoon, if we not write down clearly, parent may give 1 tablespoon and that may cause 3-fold overdose. And if we write down half teaspoon, if it is not clearly prescribed or clearly written, parent may give 2 teaspoons, so it may cause 4-fold overdose. likely if we write give 0.1 ml, if we do not clearly say, parent may give it 1 ml. If we do not give a starting, as if we do not put a 0 before the 0.1, that is decimal, parent may take it as 1 ml, and the tenfold overdose can happen there. And we should not give a trailing 0. That is, if we give, in here you can see, if we give 1.0 ml, if we do not write, if we give the 0 after that decimal point, parent may take it as 10 ml. So here it also can cause an error. So let us know what is pediatric medication management at home. That is my topic. It refers to safe, effective, and organized administration of medicines to children in a home setting, obviously, and preferably under the guidance of healthcare providers. And it ensures a child receives, that is, a correct child, that is, a correct patient receives a correct medication at the correct time, in the correct dose, and in the correct way. And it enables other safety issues like storage and disposal in pediatric medication also. In the photograph or in the diagram, I have shown that there are, what I have said, that correct medication, correct time can be said in another way, that is right patient, right drug, right time, and right dose. All are covered by the pediatric medication management or safe medication. So now the purpose of my presentation is to discuss on the uniqueness of pediatric medication, the challenges while the caregiver administered the home medications to their children, and we will know what are the common medication errors takes place, and the contributing factors that are responsible behind those medication errors. We will try to sort out some strategies and actionable solutions, and we'll try to learn what is the proper technique of administration of medicines. Let us know why the medication in children is unique. You know, we commonly say that children are not a mini adult. Rather, children have their unique physiological and metabolic system. Children, unlike the adults, metabolizes the drugs in a different way. As such, the children require different doses and formulation of medications. That is, commonly they are given syrup forms, and every child needs to individualize their dose of drugs based on his weight, age, and other factors. Moreover, the children are given very small amount of doses or small volume of doses. And as children are not that much cognitively developed, administering medication to children or infant sometimes becomes very much challenging. And for all above reasons, there are increased susceptibility to errors. There may be drug interactions, especially in cases where the baby is already given some medicines. And due to lack of some phase 3 or 4 studies in children, there may be lack of certain prescribing information of drugs because of less study in children. And there may be, because the children cannot express their problems, if we do not monitor carefully, sometimes we may miss the adverse effects or side effects. So monitoring is difficult in case of pediatric medication. In a study in 2020 performed in Palestine, it revealed that while giving medicines, parents have administered medicines in an incorrect interval in 80% of the parents, and 31% of the parents mixed medicines with different foods in an inappropriate volume. And because of that inappropriate mixing, maybe with juice or drinks, maybe with milk, because of that large volume mixture, the babies were not given appropriate doses. They have missed because the baby did not drink all of the juice or milk. So large volume of medicines were missed. And keeping the ordinance in mind, the parents wanted to cure their baby faster, so they gave a higher dose of medicine than that was prescribed in case of 12% of the parents. So, as I have studied many of the articles, the observed medication error in home medication in children have been found are dosing mistakes. These may be underdosing or overdosing both. And there were incorrect frequency or the duration of medication. There were missed doses also, and there were administration of wrong medications or wrong formulations. There were wrong route of administrations. Parents or the caregiver used incorrect preparation of medicines, and there were inappropriate storage practice. And in some cases, it has been found that parents use expired medicines. So let us know what are the root causes of medication errors. I tried to divide the errors in prescribing, dispensing, and in the caregivers part. So first, we can discuss about the prescribing and dispensing errors. There were inappropriate prescribing practices by the practitioners or physicians. There were inaccurate regarding the route. There have been seen that inaccurate pharmacy dispensing practices were there. The pharmacist did not appropriately or properly communicated related to the route, frequency, duration, and indication, and the communication was not clear to the caregivers. There were confusing measurement units, and there were, in some cases, there were alternate dosing practices. There were confusion between, for example, paracetamol, ibuprofen. If we give ibuprofen at a dose of paracetamol, it will be totally mess up and it will be wrong. And there were confusion between the generic names and brand names. The pharmacist as well as the caregivers mistook the brand names for generic names. And there were root cause of medication. Another root cause of medication error was availability of the medication in more than one concentration. In administration, certain root causes are found associated with the caregivers at home. That is, it has been found that the caregiver were not very much aware about the importance of giving the right medication at the right dose and at right interval. And there were a huge barrier or the huge root cause of error in administration was limited health literacy and language barriers. And there were use of inappropriate dosing tools for liquid medications. And the parents did not understand the complex instruction given by the practitioner, physician, or the pharmacist. And at home, there were seen that involvement of more than one giver confused the medicines. And if there are more than one child in a family taking medicines, mistakenly one medicine for one child was mistakenly given to another one. So first of all, let us see what are the common issues that should be corrected in physicians' prescribing practice. We have seen, or we ourselves as a physician was not that much careful while prescribing. There were complex, missing, or unclear information in the prescriptions, and certain solutions are there. That is, following the WHO formulary, we must make the medication regimen simple as much as number of medications should be less so that the prescription becomes easier for the caregiver to follow. And if it is handwritten, in case of in our country, especially in Bangladesh or in the subcontinent, we used to write down many of the cases, we used to write down the prescription by hand. So if it is not computer typed, it should be the prescription should be written clearly, maybe in block letter, and we should write down the instruction accurately. Like rather than writing down that the give paracetamol whenever indicated or as directed, rather we should write down that give paracetamol 5 ml whenever temperature is more than 100 degree or more, 99 degree or more, or give paracetamol 5 ml when there is pain. So the instruction should be written clearly, and we should not write down any confusing abbreviations like you see here. I have written that if we write down the HS in small letter, it indicates before bedtime. And if we write down HS in a capital letter, it indicates half strength. So we should be careful what is written here. We should avoid prescribing in milligrams, which may lead to complex dose amounts. Like if we write down 4.8, we should write down in ml, that is volume, and we should not write down any fraction. Rather, we should convert the whole number. Instead of writing 4.8 ml, we should write down 5 ml. We should use a leading zero so that the confusion is not there in the dosing, and we should avoid, as I have shown in a previous slide, that we should avoid as a trailing zero. There is a confusion, always there is a confusion in timing of medication, and it has been seen in studies that if we give instruction in the prescription to give a medicine 3 times a day, or if we write down 8 hourly, it creates confusion amongst the caregivers. 3 times a day, a parent can perceive that the 3 times can be given within a period of a daytime, and within a period of 8 hours, the parents complete the 3 times schedule. And if we clearly write down strictly, we remain strict on 8 hourly or 6 hourly, it may happen that the parents are awakening the baby from sleep and baby's sleep is disturbed. So seeing these difficulties in timing of medication, it is better to use universal medication schedule, that is UMS approach. It has been instructed or advised to write down the frequency using 4 specific times of the day, that is morning, noon, evening, and bedtime. If we ask a baby, if we ask a caregiver to give 3 times a day, we can say give the medication in morning, noon, and bedtime. If it is instructed, if it is needed to give twice a day, we can say that give in the morning and evening. Instead of number of time, it has seen that it improves the caregiver's understanding, and it improves the compliance of the medicines. Regarding, there is an advancement it has been used in developed countries. In our country and the lower middle income countries, especially, I have not used in other than the few corporate hospitals. In government hospitals, because of the crowd and overload of patients in the OPD, even in the inpatient department, it is difficult to use. But we can proceed to adopt the use of electronic health record. It is very much beneficial in sense that it provides comprehensive oversight in all medications. That is, what are the medications has been given to the baby, and what is adjustable dose, and what is the appropriate dose. It can prevent, as because the electronic health record has the records, it can help to prevent drug interaction, and discontinues the drug whenever it is unnecessary. It maintains the records of allergies and any prior drug interaction, and it provides, because the age of the baby is recorded, kept record over there, so it provides clear evidence for age-related indication of drugs. Pharmacist dispensing practices should be perfect. A pharmacist should provide clear instruction to the caregiver, and the instruction should be understandable language. That is, it is said that you should use drawing room language or living room language, and it should be simple, it should be understandable. The pharmacy software can be used, which must have connection with the physician's software or the physician's or practitioner's computer, so that the practitioner can send direct instruction to the pharmacist. And what I have already said, that we should adopt a universal formulary adapted for our own country, for a particular disease, for a particular age. So it will limit the number of medication and appropriately direct the concentrations available. So about what the pharmacist will communicate with the caregiver. They should provide information regarding the name of the drug, though it remains written. The pharmacist should pronounce the name of the drug clearly, and he or she should describe the indication of the drug so the parents becomes clear. The dose should be clearly uttered, and the dosing tool. So if we ask the parent to give 1 ml of certain drops, we should not ask them to use a cup. So it should be given in a dosing or medicine oral syringe, or a dropper should be advised to use. We should clear-cut tell them the route of the dose. The pharmacist should tell how frequently it should be given, once or twice or thrice a day. The duration of how many days the drug should be given, and the pharmacist should make clear about the side effects of the drugs. Like, for example, if we give promethazine, that is Phenergan, the mother or the parent should be, the caregiver should be informed that the baby will be a little bit restless or irritable, and whenever the drug will be stopped, the baby will be okay. And if there is any drug interaction, like if we prescribe the beta blocker for some condition like acute glomerulonephritis or hypertension control in children, there may be interaction with beta agonist, which has been given as bronchodilator. So we should make clear, the pharmacy should clear about the dosing, if there is any dose increment or reduction of the dose is needed. So health literacy is an important, crucial factor, and it is a great challenge in communication. Health literacy refers to an individual's ability to read, understand, and process health information. And caregivers with low health literacy faces difficulty in understanding prescription, even the over-the-counter drug levels. And it is important to recognize medication tools and understand the active ingredients information, and it helps the caregiver to understand the weight-based dosing. Even if according to, in my experience, I have seen that even if a parent is well accustomed or well equipped with health literacy, if they have a very good health literacy, they may confuse. Even I have seen if a parent being a doctor, they commonly confuse about their dose because of the worriness about their kid, So, being the healthcare provider, both the practitioner and the pharmacist should repeatedly communicate and clear the dose and dosing tools and frequency to the parents, despite of having a good health literacy. And especially in my experience regarding my country, I have seen that we have a good number of regional languages. So variable dialect, that is regional language, can create a barrier of understanding, and we should give appropriate attention what the caregivers want to know and how to solve their problems. And some cases, in my experience, I have seen that cultural factors may also influence drug compliance. You will be surprised to know that in our country, there is a popular belief that antihelminthic drugs should be given in a cold weather. So even if we prescribe an antihelminthic drug, the parents wait till there is a little bit cool weather or winter or rainy season, and then the parent give the antihelminthic. So we need to describe, we need to explain the parents that you can give the antihelminthic and it does not cause any harm to the baby. Advanced counseling is always crucial by physician and pharmacist. That is, in this photograph, you can see that one of our doctor is showing the mother how to give the medicines. And here the doctor herself is showing, even in a crowded OPD, what we face in our country, in Bangladesh, there is a huge load. OPD physician may need to see 80 to 100 babies in 6 hour time. So even if there is a workload, if the doctor wants, if he or she is willing, he can demonstrate with a dropper or oral syringe or any spoon or anything, medication spoon. She or he can demonstrate easily. And moreover, we can show, or the pharmacist can show the drawing or pictures so that visual explanation can make the understanding of the caregiver more clearer. And moreover, it is necessary to teach back that we can ask the caregiver, so what you have understood, please tell me what you have understood. Please show me how will you give the medication. These teach back and show back will almost 100% ensure of proper administration of drugs. And we can provide the caregivers with some pictographic printed log so that they can keep record that how much medicine or how many days, how many times they have given. And we should always encourage the caregivers so they are not fearful, they do not hesitate to ask questions to us. And it has been seen in studies that advanced counseling enables the families to complete recommended medication administration as high as 80% of the cases. We can use online pediatric information, and we can advise the parents to use certain apps. Text messaging can also help. And leaflets and brochures can be used in case of for further educating the parents. You can see what the parents can learn from how to give eye medication, how to give ear, how to give nasal medication. It has been seen that it is of very much help. Medicine administration is always challenging to the babies. We can make it fun by interacting with, especially is less than 12 months, we can take the baby on our lap, we can cuddle them, we can play with toys, we can show the administration into the toys, we can choose options, like on a babies with 3 to 5 years, we can ask them to choose options from which, by which tool you will like to take the medication, like that, and we can encourage them. We can we can give positive reinforcement. We can reward them. In older child, we can educate and explain, and we should establish and follow a routine while medication. And as I have said already, that suitable tools are very much necessary. Appropriate dosing tool should be provided in every medication, and it is a very crucial responsibility for the pharmaceuticals. And standard tools includes, it is best to use oral syringes, cups in a larger volume medicine, dosing spoons, though it is a little bit difficult. Dropper is a very good technique to give medicines. For small dose, we can give, that is 1 to 5 ml, we can give measuring dropper or oral syringes. And for larger dose, we can give 10 to 15 ml. Measuring cup is better. And we should not use non-standard kitchen spoons. Here are some photographs of the measuring tools. And we should be aware about look alike and sound alike medicine. This is a study from our medical college. You can see that in some cases, Lemicil, that is terbinafine, it is an antifungal, has been confused with Lamictal, which is lamotrigine, is an anti-epileptic drug. So the pharmaceuticals should be aware about naming the drug alike, and the appearance of the packaging should be different in different medicines. In our country, in my experience, I have seen that the parents likes or prefers to communicate over telephone, and there be in telephonic medication, there may be a great mistake can happen. So in case of telephonic conversation, we should be cautious, and we should be clearly, if it is possible, text messaging can be there, so the medication can be clear. In case of video telemedicine, there may be technological shortcoming due to poor internet connection. There may be mistakenly given drugs. We should be aware about that. And we should not be confident about the over-the-counter drugs. Before giving over-the-counter drugs, parents must consult a healthcare professional, read the label carefully, use the correct dosing tool, and keep a medication log. And even then, though it is a OTC drug, the parent should be aware about the side effects and dosing. So proper medicine storage is very much crucial. The pharmaceutical be aware about a child-resistant cap. Babies can twist off the bottle easily. We should have a child-proof lock in our cabinet, and we should not leave the medicine on the counter because the babies are very much curious. We should remind our visitors, like grandparents or babysitters, to put away their medicines, and we should not keep any expired medicine in our house. Disposal is very much important. Wherever required, we should dispose the medicine off, and we should, after reconstitution of these certain antibiotics, we should dispose after 7 days. So here is a very beautiful diagram which indicates what I have said already. That is, we should child lock cabinet. It should be original bottle, and a child lock will be in the container. So out of children reach will keep our children out of dangers, and awareness and alertness is the key of safety and safe medication. We should be prepared for if any emergency, if there is any. Recognizing the signs of overdose, we should teach the parents, we should train them regarding the signs of overdose. Parents should be trained up on primary management, and we should have written in a visible place where we should write down the poison control contact, and we should always report medication error or adverse drug reaction error. It is crucial. So my take-home message, it is a big list, though every point is important, I think. So pediatric medication management is a shared responsibility from the pharmaceutical companies to physician and caregiver. Standardized prescribing and dispensing practices are very much essential. The prescription and the communication should be simple, clear, and the communication must be encouraging. And the communication should include teach back and show back pictorial aid. The proper measuring tool should always be available, and application of the digital solution can be practiced like emergency electronic health record, certain apps and reminder apps is promising. Safe storage is essential, and current disposal of medicine is important. And we should prepare ourselves for any emergency, and we should report any adverse drug if there occurs. So we should correctly apply, correctly administer babies. Every medicine should be properly administered every time. And again, safe care for every newborn and every child. Thank you very much for your attentive listening.
Wow. Thank you so much, Professor Akhtar, for your wonderful presentation.
Welcome.
This is a highly relevant and practical presentation that will help us to advance the safety of our pediatric population. Thank you so much. So we kindly remind the audience to submit your questions for Professor Akhtar in the chat, and to continue the conversation on social media using the hashtags that we mentioned previously. And I don't know if they're being displayed on the page, but hopefully they will be soon. So we now invite all our speakers to turn on their cameras to respond to some of the questions that we have from our audience. So welcome back, Professor Akhtar and Dr. Diallo. I also know that we have Dr. Ibrahim Toure, who will be translating the questions from French or from English to French, or the answers from French to English as required for Dr. Diallo. So please do turn on your cameras, and we will go to our chats to look for any questions that we have. I will start with shooting off the first questions. I think I will start in accordance with the presenters, how they presented. My first question will be to Dr. Diallo. And given your presentation, which was in French for the most part, but I'm curious to, and my apologies if this was already covered, but I'm curious to understand if there are specific pharmacovigilance systems or registries that have proven particularly effective in capturing and analyzing pregnancy and newborn exposure data, either in Guinea or even in the African setting as a whole.
Can I translate? Dr. Diallo?
Dr. Diallo, do you need that translated? Well, yes, Ibrahim, please go ahead and translate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Comfort. Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
Just to say I am not a professional translator. I just try to help, And so, Dr. Diallo, Dr. Comfort demande s'il y a une pharmacovigilance active en Guinée ou en Afrique qui capte les informations liées à la pharmacovigilance pour les nouveau-nés. En gros, c'est ça. Merci.
Merci, Dr. Comfort. Merci, Dr. Touré, pour votre appui. En fait, à ma connaissance, c'est vrai que la pharmacovigilance
Is it my connection? But Dr. Diallo is
de
not coming
façon
through.
globale en Afrique, c'est vraiment un challenge. Il y a assez de défis concernant la mise en
Diallo, Diallo,
place,
je pense qu'on a un problème de
surtout
connexion
la
là. On n'arrive
performance des
pas.
différents systèmes de pharmacovigilance. C'est vrai que les
Perhaps we'll suggest to him to
vraiment
turn off his camera if it
travailler
is on.
sur,
Yeah.
pour
Dr.
relever
Diallo,
ces défis.
Dr. Diallo,
Allô, vous m'entendez?
oui, on a un problème de connexion parce que là, on ne vous attend pas de la meilleure des façons. Est-ce que vous
C'est bon, vous
pouvez
m'entendez?
éteindre votre caméra et
Oui.
essayer de reprendre la réponse? Oui, c'est parfait.
Allô, vous m'entendez maintenant? Ok. Je disais que la pharmacovigilance en Afrique, c'est un défi pour nous. On est en train de travailler pour relever ces défis parce que, avec surtout la bonne nouvelle liée à la création de l'Agence africaine du médicament, et déjà les pays sont en train au fur et à mesure d'aller en agence de régulation pharmaceutique. Maintenant, concernant spécifiquement la question de Dr. Comfort, liée c'est-à-dire la question liée à la grossesse, l'exposition pendant la grossesse et chez les nouveau-nés, ça fait partie, s'il le faut, des questions de la pharmacovigilance spécifique. Donc, je pense que c'est un défi. Pour le moment, à ma connaissance, spécifiquement la pharmacovigilance, pendant la grossesse, ce n'est pas développé, en tout cas à ma connaissance. Les pays que je connais déjà, mais néanmoins, si elle a une réponse liée à ça et si elle a un élément de réponse par rapport à des pays qu'elle connaisse déjà, qui ont déjà commencé à développer spécifiquement cette question liée à l'exposition pendant la grossesse. Je connais quand même le Maroc où on a, je pense, au Maroc, il y a cette question. On a même suivi des formations liées à la pharmacovigilance, la tératovigilance. Ces jeux, je pense que c'est déjà développé. Et dans certains pays où vraiment qui ont un niveau de maturité en matière de pharmacovigilance, peut-être le niveau de maturité 3, mais c'est une question très, très importante parce qu'il y a assez de défis en fait. Les défis sont énormes.
Merci, Dr. Diallo. And summary to response from Dr. Diallo in relation with the question of Dr. Comfort is active pharmacovigilance for a newborn is a challenge. In Guinea, is not very strong. In some African countries, it's not very strong. It's not very high level. So it is a challenge. Say you have to manage with the help of African agency and some other organization to develop it in some countries. He say some African countries like Morocco, like some countries who have attained level maturity 3. Maybe in this country they have some strong active pharmacovigilance newborn. But in Guinea and some other countries, it is very, very, it's not very strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. The second question will be for Professor Akhtar. And I think, I hope you can hear me all right.
Yeah.
All right. I think this is a very practical question that I'm sure goes through the minds of many parents and caregivers of children. How do you safely dispose medicines at home after you have used them? This is a question, I think this is something that plagues us all of the time when we have leftover medicines from our own treatment as well as treatment for our children.
Yeah, this is a very crucial point, I think. And thinking of the time limit I was given 30 minutes, though I took 35 minutes. I little touched the point. So regarding the disposal, it is very much important because in many of the cases, what I have seen in my practice that if we prescribe a baby, say an antibiotic suppository, sorry, a syrup, so they may need it to be taken, say 1.5 bottle, and rest of the bottle we always ask the mother if we are concerned about what I have tried to mention in my presentation, especially considering keeping while we are managing babies.
Okay. I don't know what happened there. Did we lose connection or was it from my end? Did we lose Dr. Shahin?
Yeah, I think we lose it. We lose her.
All right. While we wait for Dr. Shahin to rejoin us, I will just check if Dr. Diallo, you still there?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
We have another question for you then while we wait for Dr. Akhtar to join us. And the question is...
Sorry. I actually I was disconnected for a while.
Okay.
I was having
Welcome
a call from a hospital. So what we do that we ask the mother that to dispose the drug and to drain it on a basin, or we ask them to mix with some non-edible agent like we in the trash of the in our kitchen, or in some cases of adults where the medicines are given in tablets form. So we ask them to return it back to the pharmacy or the dispensary where it can be reused. But if it is some medicine that is once used and it is not appropriate to use again, we ask them to drain or use it in keep it in the throw it in the garbage bag. But it is important to remind the parents while giving the medicine that you may have some extra medicine and you should dispose them appropriately of.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Shahin, for that. I do have a follow-on question for you, a very crucial one on that disposal of medicines, especially when we're talking of antibiotics. And I'm thinking environmental safety, I'm thinking antimicrobial resistance. When we dispose these things in our drains and all, there is now a movement and more awareness about the threat to the environment and how all those leak into the environment and contribute to antimicrobial resistance. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah. I have a strong thought about that. You know, these happens, especially antibiotics, these happens very little amount because it is not that high volume that will be disposed of in the drain or wherever you dispose. Ultimately, it will be mixed in, it will be drained into the water or sewerage system, whatever. Fortunately, we have very little in the pharmaceuticals. We have very little volume, say 70 ml or a maximum of 100 ml of antibiotic is there. So very little amount, and whenever we are prescribing, we write down the volume of the bottle. That is, if the baby is a small one, we ask them to take a 70 ml bottle, or if the baby is a bigger one, we ask them to take a 100 ml. Other than this concern of giving antibiotic in the children, we have in our country, we have other concern which our environmental awareness people are working with, that we have a good number, a huge number of poultry farms whereby the, every village have, every house of a village have at least one, almost one, every house has at least one poultry farm, especially sorry, again I am connected. So hence are given antibiotics while rearing up in the poultry. So we are concerned about that huge amount of poultry antibiotics, and there are hopefully we will have some rules and regulations on that, so that the antibiotics are not indiscriminately used and these are properly disposed of. It is a huge issue. Thank you, Comfort, to raise the question, and we all are concerned about that.
Thank you, Dr. Shaheen, for that. That is very helpful to know. So go take the next question to Dr. Madeo. The question is, how can the quality and completeness of reports on pregnancy and neonatal drug exposure be enhanced, especially given the sensitivity and the complexity of these cases?
Sorry, Dr. Comfort, can you repeat the question?
Yes. How can we ensure or enhance the quality and completeness of reports that are related to pregnancy and neonatal drug use? This is particularly given the sensitivity of those groups, given the sensitivity and the complexity related to those groups in particular.
Dr. Diallo, Dr. Comfort demande comment on devrait s'assurer de la qualité et de la fiabilité des informations de pharmacovigilance par rapport aux nouveau-nés, compte tenu que c'est des populations très sensibles en raison de leur âge et de leur vulnérabilité. Merci.
Merci, Dr. Comfort. Merci, Dr. Ibrahim. Pour répondre, en fait, c'est d'abord, il faut mettre en place, il faut que le système de surveillance soit mis en place, et que particulièrement concernant dans les services de pédiatrie et de maternité, qu'il y ait en tout cas des outils d'abord qui peuvent faciliter vraiment la déclaration, et qu'il y ait une sorte de suivi très rigoureuse par rapport en fait, à la déclaration de l'exposition pendant la grossesse et chez les nouveau-nés. Donc, je pense que, comme elle vient de dire, c'est pas facile, en fait, vu que c'est des personnes qui sont très vulnérables. Il faut qu'il y ait une sorte de suivi vraiment très, très rigoureuse, que ce soit qu'il y ait, en fait, que ces personnes puissent faire des consultations avant de prendre des médicaments. Parce que le fait qu'il y ait une complexité de l'exposition, ça peut interférer sur la qualité des informations. Vous imaginez l'exemple que je viens de donner, une femme qui fréquente non seulement l'hôpital, mais qui prend d'elle-même les médicaments, qui pratique l'automédication et qui va pas voir la médecine traditionnelle, ça sera vraiment pas facile de le suivre. Donc, il faut vraiment qu'il y ait, ça revient à résumer, qu'il y ait une sorte de suivi très rigoureux, en fait. Je ne sais pas si ça complète, si ça, en fait, sa question, comment je veux dire, elle est répondue totalement ou s'il y a d'autres éléments de réponse.
Merci, Dr. Diallo. And summary, Dr. Diallo say, for the sensibility of this population, of this kind of population, newborn, we have to have a great system of pharmacovigilance, particularly in pediatric and maternity. So in this area, we have to give information, and so also to have some what we can say, to develop local pharmacovigilance to capture information and to capture information and to share it with a ministry and some like authority to have to take a decision. But we have to follow a great follow-up because they are newborn is a very sensible, very is a sensibility population, and the follow is very important to take account this reality. So it is in summary what Dr. Diallo say for this case, for this question. I don't know if you are agree, Dr. Comfort are agree with this response, or if there are some comment.
It's okay. Thank you, Dr. Ture. Thank you, Dr. Madio, for that answer. I think it's fine. And I'm looking at the time. I think we're just about a few minutes over and rounding up. But I just have one last question for Dr. Shaheen before I let you go. I think you touched a bit on this in your presentation about the literacy levels, and then given our context, particularly, I think it's probably the same thing in Bangladesh as it will be, as it is in Africa. Given the literacy and the socioeconomic context of these two places, how can the healthcare system ensure that the socioeconomic or literacy status of the caregiver does not compromise safe and effective medication management at home? Very quickly, if you can respond to that. You're on mute. You're still muted. Your microphone is showing that you're muted.
Okay, I think you can hear me now.
Yes.
Yes. So considering the health literacy, what we are thinking about that from now, what we have learned in our childhood. Can you hear me, Comfort?
Yes.
So what we have learned in our childhood, our syllabus, especially in case of primary and secondary level, is much more improved. So many of the diseases which I have seen, which I have not read in my childhood, I have seen or have taught my kids and or other younger babies, as they have learned a lot about the common diseases, their managements, and the common medications. They have learned a lot. So again, moreover, if we consider that they are going to be much more enriched about the common diseases and illnesses which should they learn. Along with that, we must consider, or we must keep in mind, that there is a huge expansion of internet facilities and social medias and TVs. Even we have seen in cartoons that the babies are going to learn a lot of about the diseases. So not only the babies which we are going, who the generation who are going to be parents in future, and the parents nowadays as well, they know a lot about the disease and the medicines. Sometimes parents come to us and says that, please doctor, give this investigation, and I think you can give this medicine. it, will it be good for my baby? So there a lot of improvement is there, and lot of scope is there to improve. If we consider from the early childhood, if we consider the regular or general education, much more be enriched with the diseases and medicines, their side effects, as much as can they take, or they can ingest, or they can internalize the amount of the knowledge. And the parents should also be encouraged. And I have seen so many health discussions over TVs and Facebook and media, social medias, even in newspapers. So health literacy, I think, little much more better than the past few decades, and there are scopes to improve.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. There is indeed, an over explosion of information, and including health literacy, as you have said, both in the conventional media as well as social media. So there's a lot of places and resources that healthcare providers, but more importantly, caregivers can turn to get information on how to manage their medications. So thank you both for that. And thank you for your time. And I will just very quickly, being mindful of time, close us out for today. So our time has really come to an end for this event.
Yeah, Dr. Comfort, if you permit.
Yes, please.
We have 2 or 3 questions on the chat, and I can just give you the translation, the response from Dr. Maju, if you permit, if it is possible.
Connie, do we have time can we take a few minutes?
Yes, we can have at least 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Please go ahead.
Thank you. We have a question from Constanza Moreno. 2 questions. The first question is, what should healthcare providers consider before prescribing a medicine to a pregnant patient? The response from Dr. Maju is, before to prescribe a medicine to a pregnancy, we have to consider some factor or consideration. The first is which quarter the pregnancy is. It is the first quarter, the second, or the 3. And so, because that some drugs can be contraindicated in the first quarter, for example, or second, or during the pregnancy. And the second factor is the historical medical. You have to ask if generally there are some problems. And the last factor is interaction, drugs interaction, because some it is drugs interaction we have to consider it before to prescribe some drugs. And the second question from Constanza is, what are the risks of taking over the counter medicine or herbal supplement during pregnancy? The response from Dr. Diallo is, during the pregnancy to take counter drugs or herbal supplement can have a high risk of the mother and the newborn, because some drugs can give malformation, some miscarriage, or comportamental development. And so some herbal medicine, they are not usually very high SDG for herbal medicine in some areas here in Africa. So they can give many interaction when you take it with other medicine, and can be sometimes very dangerous for our healthy. So question have every time to ask the advice of a health professional before to take a medicine. It is a response from Dr. Jallo. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. We appreciate that. And thank you, Dr. Jallo. And thank you to Professor Akhtar for your time. So we extend our sincere gratitude to all our speakers and to each of you watching for your invaluable time and contribution in making this year's World Patient Safety Day event, with its focus on safe care for every newborn and child possible. Please continue to share your experiences and comments about ISoP's 2025 Patient Safety Day on social media using the hashtags that we mentioned earlier. And then we invite you to join us for the next session, which will be from the European region, and it will begin, I believe, at the top of the hour. Remember that the recordings from this event will be published in the coming days. As we indicated, please visit our ISoP Facebook page or our YouTube channel to view all the sessions from this year's Patient Safety Day event, including this current session. Once again, if you are not yet a member of ISoP, we invite you to join our international network, which is committed to scientific and educational innovation in pharmacovigilance and to promoting global safe medication use. On behalf of ISoP, I wish to thank you all for your participation today, and we look forward to seeing you at next year's Patient Safety Day. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for your
Bye,
management.
everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
my dear ISoP family. Welcome to the ISoP Patient Safety Day 2025. If you don't know me, I am Angela Caro. I am the president of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance. And with a big team, we prepared this day just for you. Thank you so much for your presence here. We are very proud about the talks and all the speakers that are invited this year in this celebration. Every year, ISoP celebrates the Patient Safety Day for the awareness of people who is working in Patient Safety Day and for everyone who wants to participate in create a better world in hospitals and industry and every place that is in charge of patient safety. This year, we are talking about the children, and we want to invite you to think how to contribute in a better medication safety for them. Please go to the social networks of ISoP and please read about all the information that we have for Patient Safety Day. And additionally, listen the EMC podcast that we create just for talking about this important day. Thank you so much for being here, and please enjoy the talks.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And thank you to each of you for being here with us today to make this event possible. We trust that the session from the previous chapter has been of interest and have contributed meaningfully to your professional development. My name is Martin Solorzano, a medical doctor with a master's degree in public health and additional training in project management and health economics. I'm currently pursuing a PhD in epidemiology at University Medical Center of Utrecht, and I am delighted to host this year's session for the European region. On behalf of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance, we are very pleased to welcome all of you to the 6th edition of the ISoP Patient Safety Day event that will be held September 18 and 19. The World Health Organization has designated September 17 as World Patient Safety Day to enhance public engagement in health safety and to promote global actions aimed to preventing and reducing harm associated with healthcare delivery. This year, WHO has chosen the theme Safe Care for Every Newborn and Every Child, under the slogan Patient Safety from the Start, to highlight the particular vulnerability of this age group to risk and harm resulting from unsafe care. ISoP reaffirmed the objectives of WHO Global Patient Safety Challenge and calls on stakeholders and health professionals to prioritize and take early actions in critical areas associated with significant harm in pediatric and neonatal patients due to the unsafe medication practice. These areas include high-risk medication, look-alike, sounds-alike, drugs, dose conversation, care transitions, polypharmacy, adverse drugs reaction, and other major disruptions in the delivery of healthcare services. Starting, our President Angela Caro will address a few words to all of you. Please listen to her.
Hi, my dear ISoP family. Welcome to the ISoP Patient Safety Day 2025. If you don't know me, I am Angela Caro. I am the president of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance. And with a big team, we prepared this day just for you. Thank you so much for your presence here. We are very proud about the talks and all the speakers that are invited this year in this celebration. Every year, ISoP celebrates the Patient Safety Day for the awareness of people who is working in Patient Safety Day and for everyone who wants to participate in create a better world in hospitals and industry and every place that is in charge of patient safety. This year, we are talking about the children, and we want to invite you to think how to contribute in a better medication safety for them. Please go to the social networks of ISoP and please read about all the information that we have for Patient Safety Day. And additionally, listen the EMC podcast that we create just for talking about this important day. Thank you so much for being here, and please enjoy the talks.
Well, we appreciate your attention. We encourage you to contribute to the broader dialogue by sharing your reflections and experience on this event through social media using the following hashtags. Hashtag ISoP PSD 2025, hashtag World Patient Safety Day 2025, hashtag WPSD 2025, hashtag ISoP Online, hashtag Pediatric Safety, hashtag Child Safe Care, and hashtag No Harm from Birth. Let me introduce our first speaker, Mr. Dr. Peter Lackman, who will present his conference entitled Making a Difference in Pediatrics Patient Safety. Dr. Lackman is MD, MPH. He's also a fellow of the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health. He's also a fellow of the College of Physicians of South Africa and fellow of the Royal College of the Physicians of Ireland. Specializes in developing and delivering programs aimed at enhancing clinical leadership in quality improvement and patient safety in Ireland and other countries through the Patient Safety Movement Foundation Fellowship Program. He collaborates with HSE Global in Africa from May 2016 to April 30, 2021. He served as the Chief Executive Officer of the International Society for Quality in Healthcare. He was a Health Foundation Quality Improvement Fellow at the Institute for Healthcare Improvement during 2005 and 2006, and held the position of Deputy Medical Director with a focus on patient safety at Great Ormond Street Hospital from 2006 to 2016. Additionally, he worked as a consultant pediatrician at the Royal Free Hospital in London, where he specialized in addressing long-term conditions affecting children. He's the lead editor of the Oxford Professional Practice Handbook on Patient Safety, published in April 2022. co-editor of the OUP Handbook of Medical Leadership and Management, published in December 2022, and editor of the OUP Handbook on Quality Improvement in Healthcare, set to publish in February 2024. We invite you to participate in this session actively, so if you have any questions, please put them in the chat box. We will respond to some of them, our schedule permit, and the rest will be collected, and then a Q&A list will be published on our website, www.isoponline.org. Without further comments, we welcome Peter Lachman. The floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to speak today on pediatric patient safety. World Patient Safety Day kicked off last week, and I'm very pleased to have been part of the team to develop the patient safety goals, which I'll refer to later in this talk. Pediatric patient safety is very important because children are the highest risk. And I'm going to take you through a little journey reflecting on my experience about pediatric patient safety over the years. The big question we have is what's in the safety black box? The safety black box has been around for some time, and we're going to unpack this black box over the next 30 to 40 minutes, and we're going to see what is in the black box that will help us understand what we have to do over the next year to make it safer for children. Now, there are three questions that we're going to ask. Firstly, what is patient safety and why is it important? What are the challenges for patient safety? And then is how do we become safer? And that's the most important one at the end, but it's a bit of a journey that I'd like to take you on. Now, patient safety is really important for a number of reasons. Firstly, if you look at the timeline, patient safety has been around a long time, from the Code of Hammurabi to humanism, the Industrial Revolution, Hippocrates, you saw at bottom, quality and control in the 20th century, and in 2021, the Global Action Plan from the WHO. And this is the decade of patient safety. Every year, the WHO has a theme for patient safety, and this year it's been neonates and young children. So the strategic reviews are reason number one. They give us the evidence that patient safety is important. I'm going to highlight three reviews. Firstly, starting off to as human and crossing the quality chasm. These reviews start in turn of the century, around about 2000 in the United States, in which they estimated that patient safety was a big issue and quality was a big issue, that 100,000 Americans died every year from quality events or safety events. And that was the starting gun in upper income countries. Then in 2018, these two reports came out, and the Lancet Commission and the Crossing the Global Quality Chasm, which was a kind of repeat of the first one in 2000, they said they estimated 8 million deaths from unsafe or poor quality care. Now, of course, that's an underestimate. That's more or less what they're estimating for some marker diseases. Unfortunately, these got lost in COVID. So you don't get people referring much to the global quality chasm, although Margaret Crook is continuing her work on the Global Commission from the Lancet. So COVID kind of changed the situation, and people forget that this was done in 2018. The second reason is that children and their families are the first victims. And we mustn't forget that it's all about the children and their families, and why they are affected is very important, and how they're affected. I'm going to give you an example in England in 2024. In 2023, this report came out in 24. There were 13,000 deaths of people that could have been presented. 234 children you see died from a negligence campaign. You can see the maternal deaths, those rows. And look at the cost, 5.1 billion from claims. That's an upper income country. Remember, I showed you earlier what's happening in lower to middle income countries in those two reports. So it's a big issue. The prevalence of harm is quite difficult to ascertain. And this very good study that came out recently shows on different studies. Here is a study that shows from data, you can see it can only range from 0 to 15%. Normally 0 to 15% is about right. Around 15% of children are harmed. And then if you look at another study, population studies in intensive care, you can see that rates of harm are much higher. So of course, babies, neonates, and children in intensive care at higher risk. And if you look at case note reviews, like the trigger tools, in which you look at retrospective analysis of case notes using the trigger tool. You can use a medication harm trigger tool or the global trigger tool. You can see the rates are kind of in the middle between the two extremes of looking at data that people are collecting and looking at the ICUs. So you can see at the bottom, Chapman's the one that we did in the United Kingdom, and we found that 13 to 15% of children are harmed every day by looking at the case notes. And we defined harm as anything you wouldn't like to happen to your own child. So it was a very defined and it was a very broad way of harm. And one of the problems of defining what the prevalence is that everyone's used a different definition. And so we can't really say, but generally we say 15% are harmed at any one time. And most of that, 40% at least, are harmed from medication errors and adverse events as a result of medication errors, either in prescribing, dispensing or administration or reconciliation, but usually in the prescribing and administration. So that's the prevalence of harm. So that's the second reason. And just to look again at the USA, at the United Kingdom rather, you can see that the press takes a lot of interest in harm, and this happens in every country. Because I worked in the United Kingdom, I've shown you this, and maternity is often a big baby issue for baby deaths. And these headlines appear quite regularly in the press in an upper income country. So you can imagine around the world, this is a common issue. And then out of that come many reports. They often have investigations, and these investigations are supposed to say never again. But I can tell you the never again is the worst thing an investigation can say, because unless you change the system, you are going to have ongoing problems. So patient safety is a big issue for children. The third reason I'm going to give that we have to look at patient safety and pediatric patient safety is about the health professionals as second victims. And the health professionals are very important. We all have a story. Briefly, this is my story. This is where I trained as a pediatrician in Cape Town. It's the Red Cross War Memorial Children's Hospital. At that stage, it was the only pediatric hospital for children in Africa. It was a tertiary, quaternary care hospital. And when I was a young registrar, we had a diarrhea room in which children with diarrhea would be 100 babies, and we'd see them every 4 to 6 hours, deciding whether they could move to the next stage of care. At the front, we had the admitting room, and the baby would have come in, and we had to decide, the doctor on call and the nurse had to say were they acidotic or not, as well as how dehydrated. If they were acidotic, they got this vial, sodium chloride. In those days, this vial was kept next to the sodium chloride, and you can see it's potassium chloride. The only difference between the two is that red writing, but you can see the human factors issue right there. So when I was a young doctor, as a registrar, a house officer who's just below me was seeing the child. He asked for 5 mils of Sodibic. The nurse gave him 5 mils, and you're supposed to put the vial over, and she inadvertently gave him potassium chloride, total human factors problem. The baby died, and I was the young doctor who had to tell the parents that we had ultimately killed the baby. And it was very distressing. I didn't realize at the time that that was going to be the starting point of my life in patient safety. The doctor and nurse both were put up for manslaughter charges, and they lost their jobs, they lost their careers. Those were the days where blame was the way we went forward. So that was my story, and we all have a story. And I think it's very important that when we think of the reasons why we have patient safety initiatives, it's not only about the patients, it's also about healthcare workers. Because if you don't look after healthcare workers, you cannot be safe. So that's the why, and the why is very important. Now let's look at briefly what are, the challenges of pediatric patient safety, and what we have to do. So the first challenges are in children. They are different ages. They're not, the neonates are very different from the 4-year-old, different from the 10-year-old, different from the adolescent. So they're going through all these different stages in development, and therefore they require different, particularly with medications, they require different doses, all age-related and weight-related. So that adds a complexity that adults don't have. Again, you get it in the elderly, the same. So the two extremes of life. They're also dependent, that they can't speak up. They rely on others to look after their safety. They have different diseases, different epidemiology, and also they are subject to extremes in the social determinants of health and other factors such as war and poverty and famines, etc. So children are really challenged when it comes to safety. Then there are the big 5 or so, 6 areas where they have major problems, and I put them over here. Medication safety, you can see, is number 1. Delayed diagnosis and misdiagnosis, usually sepsis. Infections, pain is often forgotten about. All these relate in pharmacokinetics and pharmacology as well. So these are the big ones that you have to really worry about in challenges for children. They then have problems with diagnosis. I mentioned earlier, but I wanted to show this particular slide because it's showing you how complex diagnosis is. This comes from the work of Hardeep Singh, and you can see in the diagnostic process the different dimensions with the patient and the tests that have to be done, and you have to do the right tests, and you're going to get to make the decisions to get a safer diagnosis. So this is quite a difficult problem diagnosis, and the smaller the child, the more difficult the diagnosis is, and the more possibility for delayed or missed or wrong diagnosis. Climate change has a major impact on children. So when there is a drought or there are floods, children are the ones who are most affected. And you can see this WHO diagram, which shows you the different areas that you can have from the vulnerability to the exposure, and how if you look at the different parts of the world where there are climate change issues, the children are at highest risk of safety. And then you go to the inequity, is that children are marginalized groups, and therefore in marginalized groups it's been shown that you have higher patient safety problems, and because children are at the highest risk, that's a problem. So here again, looking at England, an upper-income country, you can see children from Black and ethnic minority groups at the top in the green line have a higher death rate than, or live birth rate, infant death by live birth rate, and death rates in generally than children from other groups. So inequity is a major problem for children. And then finally, we have chronic care. It's strange that as we become more and more successful, so we add more complexity, and as we add more complexity, so we get the problem of patient safety events. So we're very successful, for example, in keeping children alive, but then we get to deal in the same cancer, but then we have line infections. So we have to deal with line infections. And so these kind of things are the challenges that we face when we go forward. So I've shown you why it's important. I've shown you what are the challenges we have to face. And now I'm going to give you 8 steps to be safer in the last part of this talk. And I'll end up with the patient safety goals. Now, the most important one is building a culture of safety where everyone is free to speak up. And then when you reflect, what is a culture of safety? Well, it is better than anything. It's eat strategy for breakfast. This is a very famous quote that if your culture is wrong, you can have a strategy for patient safety, but if you haven't got the culture for patient safety, you're not going to have safety at all. And there are many examples of this. So what is a safety culture? James Recent, who died recently, has 5 pillars. First, he's been a just. That means you're accountable and fair. Secondly, you're informed, you know what's going on, and everyone's on the same page. Thirdly, it's flexible, so it moves as environments change. Fourthly, it is a reporting culture where people feel free to report and have the psychologically safe environment where they're able to report, for example, near misses, nearly hit the child. And finally, it needs to be a learning culture. These are the 5 pillars for patient safety. If these aren't present, you're not going to be safe. And really, from an individual person, it comes on what we think and believe, what we value leads to what we do, and that produces the outcome. So if we don't believe hand hygiene is important and we don't value hand hygiene, we will not have hand hygiene and will reduce infections. So this is very important to understand because often we see the failure. So in medication safety, if doctors don't believe prescribing is important and important to get it 100% correct and they don't value it, you're going to get scripts that are wrong. So it all starts with thinking and believing. And that requires values. And here I've put a number of values that I think are very important in patient safety, of having vision and respect and courage. You also have to have kindness and transparency. We have to have expectations, really expectations of what we expect. So I believe that as a pediatrician, that if I don't expect the scripts to be 100% correct, they're not going to be 100% correct. I have to make it a priority for all those who work with me that all the prescribing is going to be 100% correct. And that is something that people don't do. If they're not correct, then you're going to have the incorrect dispensing. Often the pharmacists are correcting it most of the time, but you're going to have something go wrong. And then, of course, the administration goes wrong. So values are very important. And you have to move from this reactive culture where you're really reacting to events to the calculative, proactive, and generative. Actually, the first one is pathological rather than reactive. So it's still reactive, but generative is where you want to do, where safety is what you do every day. So you're talking about, again, when you're looking about medication harm, you're talking about how we're prescribing safely, how we're administrating safety. You're talking about it every day. The second point is we have to learn and educate for safety. Now, learning and educating for safety, you might say, well, that makes sense. But unfortunately, it puzzles me why in 2025 I have to talk about the learning culture that we have to have. Now, Eric Hornagel is the person behind Safety 2, which really talks about how we have to learn about what we do well, because most of our time we get it right. So one day we do it well, we do the same thing, and the next day we get it wrong. And the accident happens the next day. So we've been in a constant learning mode. Why are we getting it right one day and not the right the next day? What happens? What changes? It's not person related? How can we adjust the system to make it safe all the time? Because safety must be what we do all the time. So one of the problems is learning. I showed you all those reports that they had earlier, and we often do when we have an adverse event, we do root cause analyses, we came up with reports, and usually they come up with saying culture is the main issue, communication is the main issue, second issue, lack of leadership. Systems not working, not talking to each other, not listening to patients, but most important, not learning. So learning is a big problem. And I think that if I reflect back on the last 25 years of my involvement in patient safety, but longer as a doctor, is that we don't learn as much as we should. And the same things happen over and over again. So we need to get this learning systems idea of a learning system where you have the family and young person, and they come in partnership with the care team. And there you can see all the different elements that we may need to get learning. If we move into telemedicine, we have to have certain kind of things. You have electronic records, you have registries, if you have prescribing, all of these need to be designed so you get high value co-produced care, learning all the time. So this is very important. So that's one thing, developing a learning system. So for me in medication safety, how can we develop a learning medication safety? And there are ways we can do that, and I'll mention it later. And this requires learning from what we do well, because most of the time we do things well. Most of the times we get it right. So you've got to learn from what we do well, not only what we don't do that well. And this is a very good website called Learning from Excellence, which I recommend to you, where they show you how you can learn from what we're achieving well, because we do that most of the time. And people will do much better if we look at that. And that is also part of the Safety 2 movement. But if things go wrong, we have to investigate them properly. And this is from the United Kingdom. They have a national body that looks at sentinel events that everyone can learn about. And they have patient safety investigations in a no-blame framework, because they're not looking to decide who did it, but they're learning what can we learn from things that happen. Of course, in a just culture, if someone is negligent and causes something deliberately, then they're held accountable. But generally, it's a system issue. So they're looking mainly at system failures here. And so it's worthwhile looking at their website out of interest to see how it can be done. So that's very important. And then finally, we need to educate for safety. That means the future generation need to be educated. And I put a ring around a paper that came out recently in Europe about developing skills in psychological safety. It came from the Ernst Collaborative, who looked at second victims, but they also came out looking at how we can educate people for psychological safety, where they feel knowledgeable enough to be able to speak up. And this will start in medical school, nursing college, pharmacology schools, etc., pharmacist schools, to learn how to speak up. For example, if you notice scripts coming wrong and you notice mistakes happening, how do you speak up? So that's very important. The third step is the step of looking for well-being. If the people delivering care are not feeling good, they cannot be safe. That is clear evidence. Now, psychological safety is about speaking up. That came from Amy Edmondson. She's been around talking about this for the last 15, 20 years, but it's only in the last few years that we realize that this is very important. And everyone in the team must be able to speak up when they feel that something's not happening and have that psychological safety. This is fundamental to the culture of safety. But you can't speak up if you're burnt out. And again, this comes to the United Kingdom, showing at any one time you could have levels of burnout. And these are all different levels. You can see the highest being 70, the lowest being 50% of the workforce feeling burnt out. And if they're burnt out, it's shown that you have higher risks of harm, much higher risks of harm. And these are papers that's showing that healthcare staff that have burnt out have 2 to 3 times more safety events than those that feel well. So it's two sides of the coin. You have to have safe staff and well-kept staff. So you have to look after the staff, look at the stresses they underneath have, and how you can deal with that in order to get safer care for patients. And that people often forget this. They're always focused only on the patients, but you also got to focus on the healthcare workers. So that's a fundamental issue. And this is very important. This is a course that is available on second victims from the Ernst Collaborative. And it's worthwhile looking at it because here we look at the second victim when someone has a safety event, and it could be a minor one, it could be a major one. They may go to have post-traumatic stress disorder, and of course then they become unsafe because they've experienced this, and that's what the evidence shows. So we need to look after staff. So it's very important that we look after people who are involved in safety incidents, but more importantly, before they work in safety incidents. And that means psychological safety is very important. This is from a paper I wrote in response to one of the papers that I mentioned on the curriculum, which you need continual learning, you need competencies in psychological safety. This must be part of your culture. And we believe it should be part of your genome, that you should be in safety every day. It's not something you do when something goes wrong, something you have to think about. You just do it. And we're far from that in healthcare. So we've got a long way to go as far as that goes. The fourth one is we need to measure for safety. I mentioned earlier that the measurements for safety, the prevalence is very variable, depends how you do your study. We know from anything between 5 to 15% on prevalence studies. On incidence studies may be higher, but we need to look at it. And the OECD has come up with 4 recommendations that you have to do. They also have the black box. And first is good adverse event reporting. This is voluntary sometimes, so that may be underreported. Then if you look at trigger tools and look at retrospective reviews, you get a higher level. Then if you look at routine data, that's the middle level. And then you look at patient-reported data. So this is where you have to really look at it. And for adverse events in medication safety, it's very important that we report it. And it's also very important we report the missed. So if a pharmacist, for example, is working and has to keep correcting their scripts, those are missed. Those are near misses. So those need to be reported as well. And so here's what the trigger tool looks like. This is what we developed in the United Kingdom. 1 in 7 children experience harm during admission to in the UK. This was published in 2014 from the research we did at the National Institute. This is a case note review. And there's a medication section to this, but it's a separate one also for medication harm. And this is what we also developed at Great Ormond Street, in which parents can report outcomes themselves. And the parents reporting the outcomes means that now we're getting the parent view. And this is analysis of daily patient safety. Every day they're saying, was my child safe? And this is a very important way of getting things to go forward. And just to show at the clinical level, when I was working clinically, here we're showing days between the crash calls or the children collapsing going dramatically up, and our interventions are a patient early warning system and SBAR communication tools. So we're showing that we're going to increase the number of days between children deteriorating. So measurement is very important at a higher level and right at the clinical level. Number 5, very important, is that we have to design for safety. Healthcare is often not designed for safety, and we have to make safety our business while we care for children. And how do we do that? Well, we have to really think about safety as what we do every day. Again, a quote from Eric Hornagel, that we have to do it under all different conditions, just like they do in other industries. And this is something both expected and unexpected conditions when you're busy and when you're not busy. And that's very difficult for us to achieve. So the WHO came up with the Global Action Plan, and you can see all the different theories that they have to have. I'm going to just target 1 or 2 of them to show you how important it is and how do you translate this to people in the front line. So a paper I wrote is about, firstly, you've got to think patient safety as a system. It's not an individual. And we need to look at this as a systems problem. At the microsystem level, that's the clinical team, the macro system, the hospitals, and the major system in the health system as a whole, the macro system and the meso in the hospital. And we need to look at this and see how we can make it safe. So firstly, you require safe teams. So you have to have a theory about this, and these are the team steps from the USA ARC, and then also CRM, crew resource management, based on aviation. We need to think of the different elements of safety that you require in a clinical team, and we need to build team safety, and this is often not done. You have to practice it, just like in any other industry. The safe teams in high reliability organizations have simulation and constantly practice and using this, looking at leadership, situation monitoring, mutual support, communication. And you can see both of these are very similar to, so it doesn't really matter what, but you have to practice as a team. This is the program I run called SAFE, Situation Awareness for Everyone, in which we really get into understand risk proactively, building reliable processes, and then using human factors and situation awareness to make sure that we're safe and make resilience. And this is safety in real time, identifying who's at risk, having a huddle where we're talking about it, then mitigate it in real time and predicting what's going to happen and escalating and going through the cycle over and over and doing this 2 or 3 times a day. So really making safety our business. And for that, you need this reliability. So for example, going to medication safety, you have to be preoccupation with failure. Small errors in scripts mean you're going to have a big error later on. You have to know the stresses the teams are working on. And you've got to get the front line to really work about it and continually learn. So reliability is important. And then you have to use human factors. This is the SEEPS model. I just want you to look at the work system there, because this is what the patient safety goals is looking at. As a WHO soon will be coming out with the documents on human factors later this year, and it's based on the SEEPS model. And so we really need to look at how we can develop proactive, productive work teams that are safe. And this is very important to look at this model, the work system. I'll come back to this later. Number 6, we need to embrace the future. The future is with us at the moment. That is telehealth and telemedicine, digital health, and they all come with their own problems. You need to have human factors there. We have to make sure we have diagnostic accuracy. We have to think how we communicate, and we have to think how we prescribe properly and look at the psychological impacts. We have to look at the impact of AI, which is going to make a big difference in healthcare. And this is really going to change the way we think of where we work in the future. And it's still early days with AI, but it is going to change. I see it as a tool that's going to help us, not as a threat. You're always going to need humans, but it's still something that we need to look at it. And right now, where things are is on radiology, particularly venous thrombosis, and in some diagnoses and sepsis, we starting to see AI tools helping us make earlier diagnoses and correct diagnoses. So that's artificial intelligence. Then we have to co-produce safety with parents and children, and this is about giving up power. And as you can see, going up from care done to me up to safer care, nothing without me. And this is where we share power with patients. So this leads me all onto the last section of the talk on the patient safety goals. These are the goals that were issued 10 days ago, and now are the goals for this year, and we'd really like you to commit to these goals. High level I'm going to give you. These are the first one. Goal number 1 is to engage children and parents and families. Now you recall I spoke about the SEEPS model, and you can see this is the work system, which is people in the middle, and those are the healthcare workers and the parents, and they have tasks to do. They need tools to do those tasks. They have to have a workplace environment which is friendly and can work well. They have to be able to organize their work to deliver the care, and finally there must be measurements. And I've used this interlinking course because all of these are interlinked. They're not one strand after another. They're all interlinked together. So the first one is engaging parents and children. Now, this is a brief summary of the document, which is available on the WHO website. The second one is medication safety. Now, when we did this, all of these recommendations that we put in here are part of WHO guidance. So we didn't create any new guidance. We went back to the WHO guidance on medication safety, and you can see what we have to do. There you can see under people, enhance medication literacy, train staff on reporting, educate parents on use, train on dosing, looking at the tasks on prescription, double checking, etc. And I'm not going to read them all to you. You can see them. And then looking at the environment, the no interruption zones, very important. And looking at how you store medications, implementing the WHO challenges, and finally, some of the measurements that we think people could do. All interrelated, not one after the other. They're all part of each other. So goal number 2 is enhancing medication safety. Goal number 3 is improving diagnostic safety. This is very important. As I mentioned very early on, the 4 Ds, children change over time and they're dependent, and therefore the diseases and change over time. And so it's quite difficult for this diagnostic safety. So again, people need to know the age-specific issues, and there are different tasks that you have to do in order to achieve this. Again, you need specific tools for different age groups. You have to organize your work. Your environment must be designed for each different age group. Often in many hospitals, children with adults, it's no good. You have to have defined areas for children. And finally, the measurements are very important. Then health-associated infections, that's number 2 after medication safety. Again, you can see the people, tasks, tools, and measurements in organization, workplace environments. And these are things that you have to do in order to do this. Again, I think that these are quite complex. It's not easy. And when you look at the documents, you'll see we have many more recommendations that one has to do. And then the final one is reduce risks for small and sick newborns who are at the highest risk. Now, this is very difficult because even in upper income countries, there are not sufficient people with newborn and neonatal expertise. So in lower middle income countries, this is more complex. As you see, the first one, sufficient staff with newborn skills, that's often a challenge. If you go to environment, private areas for KMC's kangaroo and family centered care, often very difficult. You see reliable power supply, that's very hard in lower middle income countries. So we're giving some of the ideas that you can really see on the sign that are important to have. And we're asking people to commit to what they can do and to aspire to get to these different areas. So in essence, what we really need to do is use these goals as a roadmap over the next year. But the real future of patient safety is a change in the culture of safety. And I hope this talk has given you a roadmap on where you're going to go for patient safety and where you work, and that you start making patient safety something that you do every day. Thank you for listening to me. If you have any questions, please ask them. And if this is a recording, I hope to be online as well for the questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lackman. Without doubt, fantastic topic to discuss on World Patient Safety Day. Please turn off your camera briefly, but remain connected as we will have a live Q&A session at the end of this presentation. We invite the audience to submit their question for Peter Lackman in the chat. Now, let me introduce you to our second speaker, Dr. Adam Sutherland, who will present his talk entitled Working Together to Reduce Medications Errors. Dr. Adam Sutherland worked in pediatric intensive care for 20 years and undertook his PhD in human factors and medication safety system for children in hospital. He has used numerous human factors methods, including functional resonance analysis method, work domain analysis, and hierarchical task analysis to demonstrate that medication safety systems for children are less about rules and policies and more about the social interaction between clinical staff, pharmacists, and families. His work on parent involvement in medication safety has led to research partnerships between families and clinicians in how to improve communication and improve between clinical staff and families. He's part of the Yorkshire Quality and Safety Research Group working with the NIHR Yorkshire and Humber Patient Safety Research Collaboration to build capacity and expertise in human factors and pediatric patient safety research. As part of World Patient Safety Day 2025, he's launching a new research partnership with the Royal College on Pediatric and Child Health. Welcome, Adam Sutherland. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Martin, and good evening to everybody joining us this evening. I'll just share my screen with you all. I can then make a start. That is the wrong screen. Is that the right screen? Can you all see my slides?
Yes.
Yes, lovely. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you so much, Martin, for that introduction. Yes, I'm Dr. Adam Sutherland. I'm a pharmacist. I've worked in paediatric critical care for the better part of 20 years, and now I'm a paediatric patient safety researcher and academic in the Yorkshire and Humber region. The field of medication safety is quite complex, as we all know. Over the last 30 years, it's become one of the largest bodies of academic and clinical improvement research in the patient safety field. And as we've all become aware, it is the leading cause of avoidable patient harm in our healthcare systems today. However, the place of paediatrics within that body of research is somewhat unclear, and our voice and our messages are often drowned out by the massive work across broader systems relating more to adults. What I'm going to do over the next half an hour with you all is run a critical eye over the epidemiological data that we have. I want to take a systems approach to what our problems in paediatric medication safety are, to try and distill out some of the gaps in our knowledge and understanding. And then I'll conclude with a call to action to the wider paediatric community towards strategic approaches to improvement. So where are we in 2025? The answer is a little bit lost. When we look at global estimates of prevalence of the avoidable harm in the wider population, it's a pretty bleak picture. The most cited study, Maria Panagiotti's WHO-commissioned systematic review, estimated that 1 in 20 patients were harmed by their care, 12% of those severely or fatal, and a quarter of the most severe harm linked to medication. But the paediatric population included in that study were so small, 6 studies and around 10,000 patients, that it's impossible for us to draw any inferences from that data. In a sub-analysis from that literature review with Alex Hodkinson, there was then this publication at the bottom here looking at preventable medication harm. Again, out of nearly 300,000 patients analysed, only 14,000 of them were paediatrics. The estimation of harm within that was between 1% and 2%. But unfortunately, that's probably an underestimate because there is relatively little research into harm associated with medication in children. In this study, only 9 studies over the 10 years of the sample. Another difficulty with evaluating prevalence of avoidable medication related harm in most of the research that's gone before is a lack of systems perspectives. I'm presenting here my systematic review from 2019, where we looked at the UK's position and we analysed the prevalence and nature of different adverse drug events by their place within the wider system. It's not difficult to understand the prevalence of medication error when most, if not all, studies in the Hodkinson review focused on prescribing or adverse drug events. We know that most prescribing errors are harmless or are intercepted by people like me because we've been pretty good at putting in mitigations to prevent those prescribing errors. We haven't yet moved to the study of medication administration errors. In order to be harmed by a medication in an adverse drug event, there needs to be an administration by definition. And as this review showed, it's highly likely that this is where the burden of harm falls. We can't measure medication errors. If we can't measure our medication, we can't give that medication properly, and we probably don't follow up or monitor our drug usage properly. More fuel to the fire to suggest that administration errors are the main problem, but also that we struggle to measure them properly. This review, now 12 years old, I'm not entirely sure there's been any material improvement that would merit it being updated at this point, but the prevalence data here probably still applies. I've highlighted here that in paediatrics, anywhere between 8% and 40% of medication administrations are associated with an error. We know that between 10 and 15% of medicines widely are administered incorrectly, but you can see here, wrong time errors massively inflate our error statistics, and nobody knows how much harm is associated with giving most drugs a little bit late or a little bit early. But also, we can't get our medication preparation and administration processes right. There's no harm outcome measure associated with these studies, and that was noted as lacking in the discussion. We're not studying the harm associated with the events that we're detecting, we're counting. And when I move into the home, which is where the vast majority of medicines over time are given, the position is even more uncertain. This Spanish review from 2019 identified 19 studies over 8 years and found that dosing errors, overdoses and missed doses, measurement issues and comprehension issues, again, were the most common feature of medication errors in the home. We know that in 2025, if you don't speak the native language of the system that you're cared for in, you have low educational or social background or a low level of health literacy, you're more likely to be harmed by your care. And this includes medication errors while you're at home. These are all systemic issues. They're all things that we as healthcare professionals have the power to change. And yet the timbre of most of the literature implies that carers are the problem. A key weakness that we have in measuring medication safety at home is around how we measure home medication error. In this study, most of the medication errors were measured against clinical standards or relied on surveys and simulated cases conducted and interpreted by clinicians. Many of the included studies in this were from the same group in a North American study, in a North American setting, and no one had really engaged with families or carers to explore and define what medication safety means in a home context. So I ask you all to think about, are we placing unreasonable safety expectations on our caregivers at home, or are we judging them by unfair standards? What all this data comes together to bring some insights for you too is around the medication issues that we face today. And these have been adapted into the World Health Organization's medication safety goals for World Patient Safety Day 2025. One thing that I have to say here, and I will reiterate throughout, is that error within complex medication systems is inevitable. It will always happen, regardless of what we do. What we need to focus on is those events that are harmful, and we just don't have that data yet. So let's take a systems view of medication error. This is Pascal Carrion's SEEPS model of healthcare, the Systems Engineering Initiative for Patient Safety. Peter had introduced this in his previous talk. This is now the dominant healthcare human factors model for systems thinking. It's useful because it drives us to look at the process, this black arrow here, as a function of the structure of the system and the outcomes that the system aims for. Historically, we used to mainly focus on the black arrow, looking at process and its relation to outcome, when largely ignored structure. So SEEPS introduced a new framework for us. SEEPS gives us an overview of the components of the system and how they interact with each other and contribute to those outcomes. I'll be honest, and I'll be open to discussion about this, but as a human factors researcher in patient safety, SEEPS is one of many models. And SEEPS, to my mind, only gives us a top-down view of a system and its interactions. So it can be quite limited for the detail interactions, the why questions around why things emerge. So be aware in the future, other models are available, but this is what the World Health Organization are telling us to use. So I will use it for this. These are the goals laid out by the World Health Organization, and I've structured them into the SEEPS approach as they have done. Our people interventions centre on education, training, and being open about when things go wrong. Environmental interventions are around controlling our spaces for medication work and procuring and controlling our spaces for storage, but none of those apply in the home setting. Our tasks should be standardised and clarified with standard operating procedures where possible. Seems straightforward, while the technology that we're recommending is around automating the complexities in medication use, automatic calculators, frameworks and algorithms, making sure that we all have access to the same information. Our organisational interventions should be around business intelligence, what medication errors cause harm, how often do they occur, and bringing children and their families into the centre of decision making. But over the next few slides, I'm going to show you what we perhaps haven't achieved and what we might need to think differently about and why. When we look at our tools and technology, one of the things that stands out to me as a pediatric pharmacist with 25 years of experience is that our medicines still aren't up to scratch. We still rely on adapting adult medicines for our patients, crushing tablets, diluting liquids. Current estimates in 2025 are still that more than half of our children are expected to use or administer unlicensed or off-label medicines, despite 15 years of various policy interventions to improve access for our kids. And that's largely only been successful for new medicines, with a real lag in the retrospective approvals for medication that we use every day. And let me tell you about the impact of using unlicensed and off-label medication. 25% of pediatric inpatients are harmed by their medicines. 25% adverse drug reactions, many of which are avoidable because of the use and the relationship between avoidable ADRs and off-label and unlicensed medicines is enormous. This is a societal and a moral issue that we should be tackling. In another clinical setting, working with critically ill children and neonates and the use of high-risk medicines as an infusion, we have our infusion solutions being completely unpredictable because we expect our human operators to measure measure hyper accurate volumes from very, very concentrated solutions. There have been 3 studies. I've only cited 2 here, but there have been 3 studies in the UK, 2 in the UK and 1 in North America, in Canada, all of which have shown that human beings cannot measure volumes of less than 1 ml from a concentrated solution accurately. We can't dilute them. We can't make those infusions up. And anywhere between less than half of what we expect or almost twice of what we expect are found in those syringes. There is no normal distribution. Less than 1 ml. They're all outliers. You don't even get it by chance. And this leads to unpredictable medication effects because of unpredictable medication concentrations. And I would argue in the Dillner study around intensive care and the levels of harm that occur in intensive care with medication, this is one of the reasons why we are here today. In our task-related factors, our reliance on bespoke weight-based dosing creates the perfect situation for making simple arithmetical mistakes with catastrophic outcomes. The misplacing of decimal points, confusing unit conversions from microgram to milligram while working in busy, distracting environments is so easy. Our environments are not configured for us to prepare medication, so we're trying to do these calculations in poor lighting, or we're tired, we're burnt out, we're exhausted. This creates the perfect space for simple lapses and mistakes to end in disaster. In a Welsh population level study, the only study of its kind in press to date, which looked at reported medication errors from a large national database, they were looking for reports of 10-fold errors. The prevalence was huge, 1 in 10,000 admissions. If we could expand that over the entire UK or all of England, where 2 million children are admitted to hospital every year, that's 2,000 children experiencing a 10-fold error, of which 25% are harmful. That's 500 kids a year that we're harming with something that is avoidable and should be stopped. But that's, again, an underestimate. It's based on spontaneous reporting, so we can't generalize that out. We need more data. Our documentation is incredibly poor. Excuse me. Our documentation is incredibly poor. We care for children across multiple siloed services with records and notes kept in a range of proprietary and non-proprietary archives that don't talk to each other. None of us have access to the truth when it comes to pediatric care, except our children's parents. And yet we ignore those parents, consider them as incompetent historians, make them sit in a corner and watch while we screw everything up, when their histories don't concur with our artificial and obsolete notes. We also need to consider how our processes within formal care translate into family life. As healthcare professionals, we can't agree on how to do simple, technical, repeatable tasks amongst ourselves, and consequently different hospitals have different ways of doing the same thing. So when families come into hospital, they don't experience the same care, or they see changes, they see slight differences, and they don't understand. And yet, Our families also have to make little adaptations to get their drugs to fit with the family routine. And when they come into hospital, they're told they're wrong or they're accused of making a medication error. And we just don't structure or standardize any of our tasks. At an organizational level, we have to take responsibility for the way we structure our systems and how they come to set our colleagues and our families up to fail. Our services are actually built for us, the way we want to work, the people we want to live, the people we want to work with, the way we want to function. And none of that accounts for, and very few services for children are designed with children in the conversation. And a big example for this is around translation, and translation from one language into another. Interpretation is almost a secondary consideration when we're talking about medication-related processes. How many of us ask what the native language is of our families when providing medication counselling or written information? Or do we establish whether or not our parents and carers can read? Our systems are generally constructed by committees, by people who don't have as much frontline experience today, and often set in place without testing or evaluation. This creates processes and structures that don't make the tasks we have to do easy to deliver. In day-to-day practice, the blind following of those processes actually create unsafe circumstances, which practitioners recognise, and so they adapt their practice in order to deliver their objectives safely. They don't even realise they're doing it a lot of the time. The reason they do this is because the demands that the system places on them often outstrips their personal and cognitive capacity to deal with it. So they have to cope. And yet, when things go wrong, we look to their adaptations to cope with the system rather than looking at the system's implications for that individual. And these adaptations come because our staff and our families know what they're doing. No one gets up in the morning to do harm, but they try to muddle through as best they can in difficult circumstances. Sometimes the way things are done aren't clearly described or enunciated. Our rules are not written down, but under stress, practitioners have to do something. So they revert to their memory. They do what they've done before, or they talk to the people around them and say, what would you do in this situation? When it comes to family involvement in care around medication, certainly in the UK, we're incredibly patriarchal. When families come into care, they're considered to be incompetent, and care is expected to just automatically fall to nursing and medical staff. Families want to care for their kids when they're in hospital. It's something that parents take, it's something particularly mothers of children with medical complexity take very, very seriously. But we remove the knowledge and their experience of our families from our system and remove the support that they can offer. A recent study, however, of adverse events in primary care identified that parents are actually protective against medication errors, an important source of system resilience because they pick up the stuff that we as professionals miss, or we as professionals don't understand or don't know, and it's the parents who catch that. And we need to take account of that and incorporate that more into the design of our systems. That being said, a lot of what we do, rather than the rules that we follow, is socially constructed, not written down anywhere. So it's quite common for all members of the system to not follow the rules because they don't know what it is. They don't know where they're written down, or they don't know how to apply it at 3 o'clock in the morning when it's busy and they're juggling multiple different priorities. So again, people just do what they're familiar with, which we then come along later and class as an error. And it's not. It's just a natural adaptation. And this is why, as healthcare professionals, we need to acknowledge and accept in healthcare a measure of equifinality. We know what we need to get done, and there are multiple different ways of doing it. And we have to accept that as long as those ways of doing it are safe and the outcome is achieved, they are valid approaches to get that job done. However, this is where external factors come to play, and this is where psychological safety comes in. As practitioners and families, we're strongly influenced by things that are outside our control. As healthcare professionals, we're bound to follow our procedures and codes of practice by our regulators and employers, which brings with it a fear of blame and consequence when we have to dodge the rules or dodge the processes in order to get our work done and meet the demands placed on us. That creates a really good disincentive to report mistakes and errors and near misses. Our society also still believes that healthcare can be perfect. And I think we see that in the newspapers every day. We're dogged by affirmations from senior leadership teams around providing zero harm care, but this is a fallacy. Healthcare is risky, harm is inevitable. It's about the harm that is avoidable that we must try to avoid and minimize, but we don't have enough data to know what's avoidable or not yet. Increasingly, economics is becoming more and more important in healthcare as national and personal budgets are squeezed and trade-offs are made. Pediatric licensed medicines suffer from this. And though there's no empirical data to support this, I'm sure everybody in the audience will be aware of times where licensed medicines have been replaced with unlicensed medicines because they are cheaper. Families also in some countries, families may also feel the need to ration access to their medication because of cost issues. And this is something that we need to build in to our safety systems. So let's think about our interventions to date and how we've fared in fixing a lot of this. The answer is not very well. We've been absolutely fantastic at reducing the incidence of errors, but when we're trying to reduce the incidence of harm, we've managed very little. In Yolanda Maskant's review, now 12 years old and in need of updating, so if anybody wants to volunteer to do that, I'm here, I'm happy to talk about a collaboration. There were only 5 robust interventions that they identified, and none of them reduced markers for harm significantly. Within this systematic review, the one that everybody migrated to was around electronic prescribing, computerized physician order entry, because that showed that it almost eliminated simple prescribing errors, slips and lapses, T's crossed, I's dotted. However, CPOE does create errors elsewhere in the process. And computerized physician order entry particularly is a classic example of an intervention focused on process and not structure. A more up-to-date review from 2022 from a Nottingham team, Joseph Manning and Rachel Bauer, they looked at nursing interventions. And within the nursing profession, by far the most common, out of 18 studies, it accounted for 11, was around education. Education is simply a behavioral approach to improvement. And behavioral approaches in complex problems like medication safety, medication errors tend not to be that effective as more structural interventions. Again, in this review, no harm data was presented. So here's what we need to be thinking about when we're thinking about our interventions. This is the hierarchy of controls as applied to healthcare. It gives a measure of the strength of an intervention based on what it does. At the bottom, the least effective interventions are personal protective equipment, our administrative controls. These are where we currently are. These are our rules, our social structures, our policies and guidelines. But because they're behavioral, they rely on people to do what they are told, they're not very effective. Where we should be heading towards is engineered controls, removing high-risk elements or aspects of tasks that we know are high risk or low value and low risk, and replacing them with things that are lower risks. Structures and processes that make it easier for practitioners to do the right thing, that remove some of the cognitive burden of having to remember a set of procedures or a set of processes within a complex task. And here's what's lacking. When we look at the interventions that we've tested so far, our underpinning theories, our underpinning scientific models of how these things work are really, they're lacking, they're really missing. We haven't really applied the principles of development of interventions for safety to support people's action and behavior, those so-called guidelines for complex intervention. We don't have enough data to evaluate our interventions, nor are our current interventions particularly well described in terms of how those interventions will engage and influence the existing system that they sit on. That's where these logic models come in. At some levels, we don't even have a single agreed definition of what error is or harm is. This then has led to interventions that are designed with the best of intentions that don't address the structural problems that lead to our negative outcomes. The figure on the right-hand side is emblematic of that. Pharmacists are a great intervention for medication safety. Okay, but what do pharmacists do? How much do they work in that space? What are they actually tasked to do? When you look at studies of pharmacists as arbiters of medication safety, there's huge ranges in what we are tasked to do and what our responsibilities are. Computerized physician order entry only works when there is automated decision support in there. Otherwise, it's just a very glamorous computer that just writes your prescriptions for you. And when we look at barcoding and barcode medication administration, there's huge variation in how they're employed in practice and in their availability and technical application in care. So there is a lot of work yet to be done on these 6 interventions here. They all look great on paper, but when we roll them out into the real world, they just don't perform as we expect because we haven't done the work in the background to really understand how these structures and systems function and how it relates to the final outcome. So then let's look at our World Health Organization goals for World Patient Safety 2025, and let's think in terms of the interventions. Remember, it's not Patient Safety Day, it's actually the year of pediatric patient safety. These are the interventions that I've taken the interventions that World Health Organization have suggested, and I've kind of expanded them a little to try and operationalize them a little bit better and turn them into meaningful propositions. The people, let's have parents giving medication as they do at home. Let's have pharmacists embedded as part of our team. Let's have pharmacists doing the prescribing because we have value. We apply value to that process. I won't read them, you can see them on the screen. When we look at the systemic issues that we face, the interventions that we need to achieve, and these all require structural change at a systemic level. So to conclude, I want to make a call to action for everyone here and everybody watching this video later. The World Health Organization goals are currently a list of aspirations and actions, and it's down to us to define and operationalize them. As practitioners and scientists, we need to think strategically. We need the data on harm associated with medication events in kids. We need to focus on the etiology and outcome of medication administration errors, because by definition, that's where harm comes from. We also need to study our systems so that as they are, so that we can model them and model our interventions using established human factors theories, which then leads us to design interventions better. Those interventions have to be designed with their end users in partnership, co-designed, co-produced, and that is with children and their families. Overall, we need to do this strategically across national boundaries so that we can identify the core aspects of our problems and our systems and produce generalizable, flexible interventions. Before I round off into the question session, I'd just like to give a little plug as an opportunity for anybody watching here. I am guest editing a special collection for BMC Toxicology and Pharmacology in 2026, all around neonatal and pediatric drug development and safety. We really would encourage people who have ideas or have projects already to really come forward, step forward and submit their papers to this special issue to support the development of pediatric safety going into 2026. Thanks very much for your time, and I'll hand over to Martin now and we'll go into the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adam Sutherland, for your presentation on a highly relevant topic to the advanced patient safety. We kindly remind the audience to submit their questions for Adam Sutherland in the chat and to continue the conversation on social media using the hashtag display on the screen. We now invite all the speakers to turn on their cameras to respond to a few questions from the audience. Okay, so we don't have questions so far. So if we don't have questions, I think we need to close the session. Our time has come to an end. We extend our sincere thanks to all the speakers, Dr. Lackman, Dr. Sutherland, and to each of you for watching for your invaluable time and contribution in making this World Patient Safety even possible. Focus on the team-safe care for every newborn and every child. Continue sharing your experience and comments about ISoP 2025 Patient Safety Day on social media. Please join us for an upcoming presentation, which will come from the Western Pacific region and begin at 1 UK time. Visit our ISoP Online Facebook page or our YouTube channel to view this webinar or any other webinar from this Patient Safety Day event again. We will publish the record from this event in the next few days. If you are not yet a member of ISoP, we invite you to join an international network committed to scientific and educational innovation in pharmacovigilance and to the global promotion of the safe medication use. On behalf of ISoP, thank you so much for your participation today.